None of them lost.
Yeah.
Right.
Call to order a meeting of the Wilsonville City Council for the work session on May 1st, 2023 at 5:04 p.m. And I'll note that Councilor Dunwell is going to be arriving at about 5:30. She had another overlapping commitment. So we'll start by asking any of the councilors if you've reviewed the agenda and the items on consent. Any comments?
No.
Seeing none. Any councilor concerns?
No.
Outside of what we're doing tonight. So we'll start our pre-council work session with a presentation by Ms. Valentine about our community cultural events and program grants. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and members of staff. My name is Erica Valentine. I'm the city's Arts and Culture Program Coordinator. I've been here just about 6 months, so it's great to finally be here in front of you all. This evening, I will be going over the Community Cultural Events and Programs Grant, or CCEP. That will be on your consent agenda later on, so this is sort of an overview and preparation of that. So the grant history, the CCEP grant replaced the Community Tourism Grant. That grant has funded community events and programs for over 20 years, and many of those applicants were in the arts and culture realm. So the hope with the CCEP grant was sort of to retool it and focus the mission to be specific and specifically call that out, that it's funding for arts and culture programs and events. The kind of retooling the grant was part of the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Commission's work plan. So they were excited to get that opportunity to give funding to some of these arts and culture organizations. So again, it supports Wilsonville nonprofits that produce projects, programs, or events that promote arts, culture, history, and heritage. And the grant guidelines were kept pretty open to invite as many organizations as we could. The hope for the grant is that it stimulates participation in local culture, and as well as to bring more arts and culture events and programs to Wilsonville. Specifically after the pandemic, a lot of these arts and culture nonprofits are really struggling, so it's great to have this grant opportunity for them. The grant application is allocation is $25,000. For the review process, the Arts Commission received 4 applications. They reviewed those at their April 5th meeting. All of the applicants were invited to present. They all attended. They all did a great job going over their asks and what their programs or events were going to be. So the ACHC, they had Q&A sessions and a thorough discussion about all of the applicants that they received. So I have a slide for each of the 4 nonprofits that applied, and just briefly I'll go over kind of what they're hoping to do. So first is the Charbonneau Arts Association. They were seeking funding to purchase more display panels and hanging materials. They use those for all of their student artwork, which is a really large component of their arts festival, which will be in its 39th year this year. So they're very excited about that. And they do support both Canby and Wilsonville High School's art programs, so they work closely with the students. The Oregon Old Time Fiddlers Association District 7. District 7 does include Wilsonville, and they are hoping to host a large fiddle contest as well as 4 public jam session performances. And they also were interested in working with the high schools in sort of an education component. So their funding ask is to will help with the facility rental, equipment rental, some of the marketing, and just some of the kind of manpower that it would take to host these type of events. But they have been doing these events for a while, but they haven't been able to bring them to Wilsonville. The Wilsonville Public Library Foundation, they are hoping to bring a story walk to Wilsonville. So the picture is an example of what the story walk looks like, and they are typically on a metal frame that are permanently affixed in the ground, and they have kind of like a pocket to slide in the story. So the hope would be that the library would oversee that, and they can rotate the story, I think, quarterly. So they would change out the pages, and people can walk around, interact with the story kind of on a, near the sidewalk. So that would be an exciting free activity outside. And lastly, the Wilsonville Rotary Foundation, we're seeking funding in support of their summer concert series. So I know that helps with their payments for their artists and just all of the equipment rental and logistics for their large concert series. So those were the four applications. It worked out really well to the $25,000 total ask. So all 4 of those applicants will be able to put on their events and programs. So this is a summary of what the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Commission's recommendations are for distributing that $25,000 to the four groups that applied. So happy to take any questions or feedback. This is the first time that the grant is under the new Arts, Culture, Heritage Commission, so they're very excited about it.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Just
Go ahead.
quick question about the story walk, because I know the library has done these temporary story walks in a number of different parks, I think, over the last couple of years. Have they identified what park this permanent story walk will be located at?
They've been working with the Parks and Recreation Department and talked to the Parks Maintenance Supervisor quite a bit. So I believe that they landed on Memorial Park. I think they were discussing a couple different options. There's so many parks, but I know that they were in discussion of what would be, easiest to kind of mow around and what would be easy. So I think that was sort of where they landed. It's just the proximity to the library, easy for them to change the stories out.
Yeah, cool. It'll be fun to see that get put in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and all the good detail. I'm glad that committee had their first big action.
Yes, they are as well.
Okay, thank you. So that brings us to a discussion on the city charter and term limits discussion with our city attorney, Ms. Gail Hinman. Just waiting for it to appear. Hold on.
Is that your allergies? Oh my God.
I went away when I went to the coast. And I came back. It was double punishment.
Mine are really bad.
I'm going to promote you and say yes.
I know, it's just
I was
awful.
just telling Caroline it's the worst you ever.
I went to the coast and I went away. And then
I'll let her
it was
know.
like extreme double reaction when I got back.
I have cough drops if anybody needs.
Not Taro.
An item you don't want back.
Okay, so we're ready?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And
Talking about our allergies.
hey, I'm with you on them. As soon as the sun really came out, it's been a whirlwind, right? So thank you, Mayor and Council. Amanda Geil-Hinman, City Attorney, and City Manager Brian Cosgrove and I are here to talk about looking at a potential charter amendment regarding our term limits. And this was born out of some community input that we received at a prior council meeting where some community members came in and expressed an interest in looking at further amending our charter regarding term limits. So as the council may recall, the city, some community members put forward a petition to amend the city's charter to have term limits put in place. It was modeled after something that happened in the city of Tualatin back in 2016, I believe, and it passed. And so what that does is that it puts term limits for every councilor at 12 years in a 20-year period, and that is cumulative whether you serve as a councilor or as mayor. So that's 12 years for basically your entire time on council in a 20-year period. After the city of Tualatin, after that charter amendment happened in the city of Tualatin, similarly, based on some community members coming in and expressing an interest to separate out the mayor position from the council, the city of Tualatin referred a ballot measure to its community to separate out those roles and have different term limits for the mayor. So we've reviewed what the city of Tualatin did. We've also looked at some of the requirements for putting a ballot measure forward, referring a ballot measure for the November 2023 election. And so really this is an opportunity for us to get feedback from council about if you're interested in pursuing a referral to the voters to amend the charter to separate out that mayor position. And if so, if there's any initial input that you have about what type of terms you'd be looking at or that you'd want us to explore and potentially bring back to you. Given that we need to have everything into the city recorder by August 18th, that's the deadline under state law, but we also want to make sure, since we have to do a ballot title and explanatory statement, that we actually give ourselves a little bit more cushion than that. So staff is recommending that if council does want to pursue this, that we look at a resolution for council adoption in the second July meeting, because the first July meeting, I believe, is canceled. So at the second July meeting, bringing a resolution forward. So we're here basically to answer any initial questions and get any feedback, anything that you want us to bring back for further discussion, potentially in a June meeting, we can do that as well.
Councilor Linda.
Thank you. I know that we have had public comment on this item at a previous meeting, and the council has also received written communication. Personally, I think that this is a good idea for the city of Wilsonville, and I'm interested in us looking at, as a council, separating out distinct term limits for the council and for the mayor, and not having them tied together. I'm also interested in if there's a way that we can remove partial terms. And I know that for some counselors, anything that is even one day beyond, that is an appointment, is currently considered, it eliminates an entire 4-year term. And I don't think that's wise use of our citizens as well, both for election purposes and for our volunteer counselors that are, and mayors that are coming forward to serve the city. So I would like to see what those elimination of those two things might look like.
Any other comments?
I have a comment. Thank you for your presentation.
I tend to agree with Councillor Linville. Being a new city councillor, I realize, what it takes. Well, no, I'm learning what it takes to be a councillor and to, I've been watching the mayor, and it takes a lot to learn all the different people that are on your own council, the city staff, the nearby jurisdictions, all the different issues. And in order to function in an effective way, I think it takes time, and the term limits is to the detriment of the city. And so I would support changing that.
Can I make?
Sure.
If I could just make one more comment, and I think this was brought up by a citizen, some citizen input that we received, and alludes a little bit to what Carolyn just talked about, and that is that the mayor's role is very different than the councilors. I'm very thankful I am not the mayor of this city because the amount of time and the connections that need to be made in order to adequately represent the city and to do the business of the city is very different. It's a very different commitment. And limiting, I think 12 years is an appropriate term. And I'm not saying that we would change that, but I think it needs to be a distinct, very distinct, because the mayor's position is very different than the councilors.
Thank you. Not seeing any more.
I guess one of the questions, the initial questions that I would have is kind of the way I see it parsing out if we look at what a resolution will look like is some of the distinct policy questions will be looking at a term, let's say you get to serve so X number of terms versus Y number of years. So the way right now it works in our code language is it talks about 12 years in the 20-year period. I think what we're talking about is that can be limiting when you have issues of an appointment or, if you're a counselor and you run for mayor mid your current term, that kind of messes with the numbers a little bit. So the question, one of the policy questions would be looking at number of terms versus number of years serving as mayor. And then second is, if so, how many, right? So how many terms or how many number of years? So if there's any initial thoughts on that or things that you would like us to bring back to as part of that discussion, that's something we can do.
I think that's good. That's a good way to look at it. One of the other considerations, I think, is that now I've lost my train of thought. If we bring this back to the council, I think we need to point out to the section in the code that already speaks to vacancies, because we do have provisions for how vacancies can be filled, and there is a limit to the amount of time that an appointment can be made before it has to then be referred to the next biennial election. So I think that's an important consideration, because if it was allowed to be nearly an entire 4-year term that the appointment could be, I think that would make a difference. But we already have that language that limits that in the code or in the ordinance, or no, in the charter.
Yep.
Sorry.
I guess from my perspective, I agree that the separation of the counselor with the mayor position, I think that points to wanting to have an experienced mayor, which is a good thing for our city, for the rest of council, for our representation in the region, which is large. I don't think we quite realize that until you get into the thick of it, and then you realize that importance to be actively and well represented with the counties and with all of the different groups that we intersect with. So that's makes sense to me. I think that the point about the partial terms also makes sense. You know, different cities have different structures. We are a 5-member city council. A lot of cities are 7-member city councils. When you're a 5-member city council, or sometimes more than that, you know, but when you're a 5-member city council, every person's role is important and really makes it, not that a 7-member, you know, it's us, but the weight that we all carry and the different boards that we may need to be a part of and attend and meetings and things like that. There's a large responsibility for each of the 5 members of council. And when there is a vacancy on council, it is beneficial if we fill that vacancy for the rest of the members on council so that we can continue to function and show up at all the meetings that we're scheduled for, right? And if there becomes difficulty in, you know, if we appoint somebody for a month or 2 months or 3 months of a term, but that's going to eliminate them for being in that position for 4 years at a later point, and then that creates hesitation in appointing people, I think we've got a whole nother set of trouble too, right? For all of the work that we're expected to do and want to do. Being on a city council takes a lot of time, and I don't know that everyone realizes how large of a commitment that is. So I can see a number of reasons why this would be a good thing for the city and the leaders, and continued representation at a high and professional level.
Thank you. I would add, you know, it's not like everybody who gets elected wants to or can serve for 12 years, because it is a huge commitment for both of the roles. But one thing that you pointed out is the way this is structured, the city looking forward, decades forward, would often be set up to only have one-term mayors. They have a repeat occurrence of one-term mayors, and that would be a disadvantage with the other cities. It would be you wouldn't have time to get to know legislators. Other cities would have networks, so I think that, and I see how important that is. So looking ahead to the future, I think to be on par with the other cities, we wouldn't want to be the only one that often is forced to have one-term mayors, because we would limit our abilities, our potential as a city in advocating for what we need. Transportation, housing, legislation coming down the road, and so forth. So any other comments? Okay.
What we can do then I'll talk with our city recorder about the meetings in June, but perhaps we'll bring forward some proposed options, and you all can weigh in on what you want to see in July.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. So you might want to stay there.
I'm staying right here. I'm just flipping the page.
Because you're on for the next item. Thank you.
All right, thank you again, Mayor and Council. Amanda Geil-Hinman, City Attorney, and I'm here to talk about our Prohibited Camping Code Update Project, and this is specifically focusing on our draft administrative rules and aerial map that will be coming to Council for consideration at the May 15th Council meeting. So for the presentation tonight, we're going to be just doing a brief background of how we got here in the city project. We'll look at the aerial map that was proposed in the council packet and the revisions to the administrative rules, and then talk about next steps. So as councilors familiar with, the reason that we're talking about camping in the city project is born out of a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals case called Martin v. Boise, and this opinion, because it comes from the Ninth Circuit, applies to all the states that fall under the Ninth Circuit's jurisdiction, which includes Alaska, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, California, Hawaii, Arizona. Several states are required to follow the Martin v. Boise decision. What that decision basically says is that government cannot punish people for being homeless, and when there are not places for people to go in their community to find shelter, then they are being punished for their status as a homeless person when they're cited for sleeping on public property. So what the Martin v. Boise decision did say, however, is that cities can put some barrier or some limits on what can occur for camping on public property, and particularly focused on time, place, and manner regulations. So regulating when, where, and how people can camp on public property. That decision was then followed by another decision out of the Oregon Federal District Court called Blake v. Grants Pass, and that further refined that Martin v. Boise decision to say, it's not enough to, when we talk about these time, place, manner regulations, you can't simply just allow somebody to sleep on public property. They have to be able to take minimal measures to stay warm and dry while they sleep. That decision was essentially affirmed by the Ninth Circuit in Johnson v. Grants Pass in 2022. And since then, while all of the federal case law was going on, the Oregon legislature in 2021 passed two bills that essentially codified what that Martin v. Boise decision and also essentially the Blake versus Grants Pass decision in House Bill 3115 and House Bill 3124. House Bill 3124 really deals with the noticing requirements before a campsite is cleaned up, and the biggest change was it increased it from a 24-hour noticing period to a 72-hour. But the real meat of these regulations, of the new regulations, are in House Bill 3115, which basically says, which took that Martin v. Boise decision and made it state law. So now, even if at some point in time the federal case law changed, we are still required to comply with those regulations because they're now in state law. And essentially what that state law says is, yes, you can have time, place, manner regulations. They have to be objectively reasonable considering the circumstances. And it also created a private right of action, meaning that an individual can sue a local government if their code is not compliant with House Bill 3115, which led to this project. So as this council is aware, we've been talking a lot about where and where not to allow people to camp, and the council's really honed in on designating specific space for camping, and over the past several work sessions has identified the western part of the City Hall parking lot for vehicle camping and the north portion of the property to the north of City Hall for non-vehicle camping. At the last work session, there was a discussion about the portion of the north property for non-vehicle camping, whether a more western orientation, limiting it even further than the portion that we had been discussing, and whether making it a more western orientation or a more eastern orientation of that site. So the internal city team that's been working on, in particular on the siting of the locations, met to discuss, what the staff recommendation would be. And ultimately the staff decided that an eastern orientation made the most sense for several reasons. Some of the things we looked at were the effectiveness of vegetative screening. And I can tell you we've already, due to the timeliness and that we're in planting season right now, we've already gone ahead and ordered the plantings that are going to be required, and so we could get those ready to be planted. So we looked at the effectiveness of that vegetative screening. service access, both for emergency response and also, as the council recommended last time, was putting some sanitation on that site so people wouldn't have to cross the street to the vehicle camping site. That will allow some service access to clean and maintain those sanitation areas, that sanitation area. We looked at balancing the confinement of that footprint, so making it a bit smaller, but also not wanting to encourage too much congregation where people are right next to each other. And then we looked at maintenance of the surrounding area. So part of that north property camping won't be allowed on that part of that north property. So we need to make sure that can still be mowed and kept clean and orderly. And so we wanted to make sure that we were being able to continue to maintain that surrounding area. And then finally, implementation considerations. As the council's aware, we're looking at vegetative screening. We're looking at doing a fence across the northern boundary. And so we just wanted to see from an implementation standpoint, what would be the easiest way for us to implement these new regulations. So with that, like I said, the staff recommendation was an Eastern orientation. So this is in the council packet. Basically what we've done is that rectangular box, not the hashed part, but the rectangular box is the area we've identified as the initial area we would have camping allowed. One of the things about that is it does allow expansion western to the west if needed, but then keeps that vegetative screening there and will allow it to grow over time. And so we've limited, in order to get potentially 8 non-vehicle camping spots there. You'll see that, and we're going to discuss this in the next slide, but that we've shrunken down the spacing between to 25 feet instead of the 100 feet we had originally discussed. And so this was the staff's recommendation after we looked at everything. And like I said, we've identified that expansion area if the need arises for additional camping. So I want to pause here because this has kind of been the main discussion point that we still need to resolve ahead of the May 15th meeting, and ask if there's any questions that I can answer.
Thank you, Amanda. I was comfortable with the proposal from staff. I felt that I really like the idea of moving the plantings closer. I liked how you had, how the team had put all of them together. My only concern is that the Kaibo or porta potty, the sanitary station, is so visible from the street. Is there a way to obscure that too?
We actually, in our plantings, are planting a little bit of a opposite L, I guess, to go around. So the plantings will basically go around. So the idea is to shield them from the road. Okay. Yep. Thanks. Mm-hmm. You don't see it on this diagram, but on what our staff is working on for their plantings.
Great. Yeah, I didn't see that in the council packet that I reviewed. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Could I get some clarification about the fence? We see a dotted line around the entire lot at this point, but that solid line that's directly to the left, would the fence then be on the very north end of this little rectangle, I guess, where we see the white dots on the screen now? Would it be on the north end and the west, or?
So the fence would only be on the north end. It wouldn't be on the west end, but we are planning to use the T-posts that are in the council packet that is putting in T-posts that then have signs that say, basically no camping beyond this point. Okay. And the reason we wanted to do that is that way, if we need to move west, we can pull those out and replace them, whereas with a fence, that would be much more difficult to do. So the idea is that the fence would only be to the north, and we are having a survey done of that northern property line to make sure that any fencing we do is not encroaching on the adjacent property.
Great. So it's at the appropriate place, but we also still have that clear, communication about, I just wanted to find out how that was happening, if it was with a movable fence or if it was with the signage or whatever. But that's good to hear. Yep. And then you mentioned that the vegetation is on order.
Yep.
confirmation that that type of vegetation that we have ordered will be able to be maintained if there is somebody on site? Like, you know what I mean? Is it a really messy tree or, what? You know, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so this is the thing I love about working with the interdepartmental team, because I'm not a planting expert, so I'm glad they didn't put that on me to figure out. What they really looked at were things that are easy to maintain, don't need a lot of water maintenance, so we can do a drip line instead of having to do like actual sprinkler systems. And they're also, one of the things that they're going to be planting are some plants that make it very uncomfortable to step in the area and sleep in the area, so people aren't encouraged to go into that vegetative area. So those plantings are pretty intentional to be easily maintained, not encourage people to access them. And the Leland, I think it's the Leland cypress that we've ordered, we were able to order at a 12-foot instead of a 5-foot. So we're going to get quite a bit of screening from the get-go, which is great. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that helps kind of paint a picture of what we would expect for that vegetation from the onset.
Yeah, and the nice thing is too is, again, they were very diligent about finding things that would be also aesthetically pleasing and have really nice sense to them as well. So it's actually something nice in the area, not just, you know, a row of arborvitae or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I did have another question on that. I see you've got three plants there listed.
Yep.
Crepe myrtle, lilac, and the Leyland cypress. Are they all going to be used or
All
two
of
of
them.
three? Okay.
Yep, all of them. And they can, from my understanding, is they can be planted pretty they'll be planted pretty closely together, so it'll make it nice and dense.
Those are really, really nice plants.
And those will be mature, so we're not going to have to wait a few years.
Right.
Okay.
20 gallon, 10 gallon, yeah.
I have a question.
Oh, Councilor Berry.
So the property owner to the north, are there any requirements for notification?
We don't have any notification requirements. We haven't heard anything from Kaiser Permanente on this, and I mean, to be frank, I personally have not reached out to them. So, but that's something we can do ahead of implementation, definitely.
That would be good.
All right. Good with the plants. I like that we're doing three rows of plants, alternated positioning.
I have another comment.
Oh, Councilor Berry.
So I really appreciate how thoughtful the staff was in taking our consideration, and I like that you located it near the crosswalk. I think that was wise.
Yeah, thank you. One of the things, because I know there was some discussion, if you kind of look to the western edge, there is another little driveway access. And what we were talking about as a team is it's actually the driveway that is best to access this area is the one that's next to the crosswalk. It's a little bit, it's more flat there, and you're not navigating through that sort of very narrow section that's not our property. Like, there's part of that that's not our property, right? So, so if there was any access that we would need to take, even if it was to the western edge, we would need to take access at that driveway. So again, that kind of fed the decision of why the eastern orientation made more sense. Oh, okay.
There was a question in our last council meeting, I believe, from a member of the public about a future skate park on that lot. Has any discussion surrounding that occurred?
Yes, so we did talk about that as a team. As of right now, that's not a funded project. It's not something that we're planning anytime soon. And, you know, that is the nice thing about these administrative rules, is if that is something that does come to fruition, then we can have a strategic discussion about where this should be moved to. But as of right now, that's something that's very far out in the future, it sounds like. So from our Parks Department and from those team members, they didn't have a concern about that and felt like if that comes to fruition, that we can address it at that time.
Yeah, the last week, I attended the LOC spring conference, and the mayor was there as well. And just in discussing with a number of different cities, because this is work that so many cities are, we're working on right now, I guess the strategy that we're having in having that location defined in the administrative rules so that it can be changed in the future as needs change from all members of our community, that we can make adjustments. And it was interesting as I discussed that concept with some of the other cities. Some cities mentioned, that they also anticipate that changes will need to be made at some point in location, right? So I think this is a concept that is being held by a number of different cities, and I appreciate how we've structured it so that we can be flexible when needed going into the future.
Yeah, I do want to provide, because, I'm very much in the know about what other cities are doing right now. And I will say that though we are the furthest along of other jurisdictions in our similarly sized jurisdictions in our area, in checking in with what some of the surrounding jurisdictions are thinking about doing, it's not what we're talking about doing, and I want to be clear about that. And what I can glean from in talking with those individuals who are involved in those conversations is to me, it comes down to those value statements and the goals that the council has had in sort of at the outset of this project. To me, it seems like council has been very intentional of, this isn't just about compliance with House Bill 3115. It's about also what the council envisions as the best for the community, and also getting people connected to services. And how you do that is by knowing where people are and being able to be in contact with them very regularly. And that's what this does. So if you hear that other communities are doing something different, to me, that's what I have seen as kind of the why.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really glad you brought that up, because I really think it's important that we reiterate, and I really liked how you put it within the documentation, that our goal is to move to zero homelessness. And whether it's working with Clackamas County or, some of our other services that we have available to us, it is to create that. Not that we're looking for a place for people to live in a campground or in our parking lot, that our goal is to move them out of homelessness into a place that is safe, and working with some of the other groups.
So unless there's other questions, well, I guess we're coming back on May 15th. I'd like to hear if council's generally comfortable with the map as we're looking at it now, and if council's comfortable seeing that in the administrative rules for May 15th. Seeing head nods, thumbs up, head
Yep.
nods? Okay.
Yes.
Great. So with that, there's only one revision that we made to the administrative rules reflective of the aerial map, and that was to, like I said, to reduce the distance from between non-vehicle campsites from 100 feet to 25 feet. That got us to 8 with that service access area. And like I had talked to council before, it seemed to me that it makes sense that the number shouldn't exceed what our vehicle camping number is, considering that our understanding is vehicle camping is the more common as it is. So that's what our staff recommendation is as well. So with that, next steps are, we've got the council meeting on May 15th where you'll have this second, is there a question?
Yes, this thing may not.
I was just waiting to see if you were going to talk about that, but since we do have an item for public hearing on this evening for first reading, I just wanted to clarify that we are not talking about the administrative rules in that hearing. We are only talking about the first reading on the ordinance, correct?
Yep, that's exactly right. And that was the reason that we structured it that way, is we wanted to make sure that the ordinance was going through. It wouldn't make sense to adopt the administrative rules if there was any question about the ordinance potentially not going through. And so that's why the administrative rules are going the same date as the second reading, and then they'll all have the same effective date of July 1.
Well, I think, so just for this section on the work session, What else did you have planned to cover?
That's it. I mean,
Wow.
that's it. Most everything else,
Okay.
as Councilor Linville indicated, is going to be part of the public hearing. The discussion on the ordinance and those regulations are going to be as part of the public hearing, so.
So I just have one more question. We have some community members that are camping at this time, who my guess is haven't been necessarily following our work on the code and the provisions that we're making for citing. And I'm just I don't expect to have an answer to this, but I am I'm hopeful that there will be some outreach to the folks that we, either through Clackamas County or through our staff.
Community sharing.
And if
To notify them of the timeline, what the plan is, so that we don't start out citing people.
Right.
As an implementation strategy.
Right.
And I think that's a really good point. We had a meeting, I think it was last week. Okay, that was a long week.
It all blurs together.
With Wilsonville Community Sharing, Heart of the City, and two of the professional leaders in Clackamas County Health and Human Services Department. And just to reiterate, as a city, we rely on Clackamas County to lead in these areas. And they have significant funding from federal and state and regional for these purposes. It was a really good meeting. I appreciated everybody coming together, and city manager, assistant city manager there, and our city attorney. We had a very good discussion, learned about some of and Councilor Dunwell was there. We learned about more of the opportunities available to Wilsonville Community Sharing and the city, and really anyone helping with this, and that is something we want to further pursue. And I was glad to hear that in the surveys that you did, we read in the findings and all of the work that our city attorney led on this over the last several months, that consistent with what you were speaking to, Councilor Linville, about being respectful and discreet about these things. The Wilsonville Community Sharing conducted a survey for us with people that they work with on a regular basis. And so they're very familiar with those staff, and that's how they talked about, there are certain concerns that you see some of them there. And so I think it would be wise to ask Wilsonville Community Sharing, and maybe also Heart of the City, and there are a couple of other churches there, if they have recommendations. The number of regular persons from Wilsonville that we heard about was about 11. Sometimes I've heard 12. But I think that's a really good point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
I think so too, and I think that both surveys outline the fact that so many of those individuals that are homeless, they want to make sure that they are in an area that is safe, where there are no drugs, no alcohol, and a lot of these individuals, lack basic life skills, so they feel vulnerable already. And like, if I look at what Heart of the City said, they said some were actually, one of the things they brought up, they were concerned about drugs and loud music. So these are individuals that are unseen by the community, and I think actually this is an opportunity for us to make a difference.
And also, if you can look at some of our materials, and anyone can go to the Clackamas County website and see coordinated housing services, and there's a link to a form to fill out. And so we learned, that can be a very difficult, not that it's so hard to fill out, but there are lots of steps along the way. If you just make that phone call on your behalf, it could maybe take quite a while to get all the right information. And so we learned from Clackamas County ways to really make that work more effectively for people, so that ideally they are finding a pathway to the housing by this greater coordination. And I remember Clackamas County staff in housing, and they work in this area all the time, saying that they do not regard vehicles or tents as a place that is meant for human habitation. And I found this in sort of the same thing in some of the materials that came from federal and state law that said camping for survival is not an alternative to housing that is necessary for the health of the individual. So for the greater health of people, we hope that they will find housing that is not a car and not a tent.
And I just had one other comment, and I mean, I think when we get to the administrative rules, it's probably something that could be in that discussion as well. But I think outreach is one thing that's very important. The other thing that I think is really important is helping the rest of our citizens know not only what this is about, they won't know all the details, they won't know all the administrative rules, but they might come upon people who are camping. And they need to know what to do and what is the humane thing to do. So if we can get that information out so that the whole purpose, I think, from our perspective, as the council has discussed, is for us to get people referred and get some assistance. So we don't want people, our citizens, intervening necessarily, but they need to have some information about what should I do if I see someone's camping in a place that I think is not where they're supposed to be.
Yep.
And that education and outreach probably needs to happen many times, because we all know, people sometimes don't see something the first time, or in many different sources, like Boone's Ferry Messenger is an obvious one, social media is an obvious one, but maybe things also like signs in the bathroom in the library, or, where you'll happen upon it and then you might remember, oh, I saw something somewhere. Okay, I know where I can go back and find that information, or whatever. Exactly.
Chamber of Commerce, also churches.
All the different places, like so many places.
Yeah, and like one of the things we had talked about was the trifold, and then also the little business card that would have, based on whatever the thing is, here's the number you would call, because Clackamas County does have a couple different numbers depending on what the situation is, and so we plan on putting something like that together that then is distributed throughout our buildings, and so community members and our staff as well have those, quick to access, in addition to in the Boone's Ferry Messenger and on our website and those kind of things.
Well, it's going to end up, if it's 9 o'clock at night and someone is camping on the sidewalk in front of a store, and this is July 15th, it's not going to be Clackamas County necessarily that we call, or that needs to be called to get that person moved. So I think whatever it is that's going to be our internal processes for how do we get that person moved to that safer place.
Yep.
And then in a place where they can be accessed, it would be great.
Any other comments?
Thank you for all your work on this.
Yes, I would say one more question on that outreach, or just point, because all of this work that's driven by the state law and other social needs, that what we've been talking about is public or city properties. So I think we should also have a guideline for if someone is camping on private property. A lot of people don't know there's different processes there.
Good point.
And this work is about the public or the city-owned properties, right?
Correct. Yep, exactly.
Okay. I think we have finished our work session half an hour early, which is a complete new event for a long time. So our work session is adjourned, and we'll reconvene at 7 PM for the regular meeting. Good evening. I'll call to order a meeting of the Wilsonville City Council on May 1st, 2023 at 7 p.m. Will the city recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Berry.
Present.
Counselor Linville.
Here.
Council President Aukervall. Here. Counselor Dunwell. Here. Mayor Fitzgerald.
Here. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Council President Aukervall, may I have a motion to approve the following order of agenda?
Your Honor, I move we approve the following order of agenda.
Thank you. We'll now, second. May I have a second?
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. And so much on the agenda, I almost skipped that. So have a few updates on mayor's business about things that we have been involved in and I've been working on since our last meeting. On April 20th, City Attorney Amanda Guile-Hinman and I met with staff of Clackamas County Health and Human Services, Wilsonville Community Sharing, Heart of the City, and I asked Councilor Dunwell to also join us at that meeting. We also had our city manager and assistant city manager there, and it was a really great meeting. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss the various programs that Clackamas County has as our government entity that we rely on in Wilsonville for health and human services, and in particular related to providing affordable housing resources and other related resources for the people in our community. And so we shared a lot of information and found some ways to really, I think, be more effective on that. I think you might hear a little bit more about that from Councilor Dunwell later in the meeting, but I think that group will probably meet again at another time. And what we learned is going to help us in our goal to achieve functional homelessness in Wilsonville and be a good partner for all of our surrounding cities. So later that day, I also attended a meeting of the Clackamas County Mayors and Chair Tootie Smith, Chair of the County Commission, and we talked about some things related to tolling, which you'll hear about in a little bit, and we also talked about the resources that Clackamas County has for the cities in Clackamas County, many of which have been contributed by taxpayers of Clackamas County, and Chair Smith was very interested in what Wilsonville is doing and wanted to make sure that we knew that we could access some of those resources. So we'll be looking at that. Last week, Council President Kristen Aukervall and I attended the League of Oregon Cities Spring Conference, and this was mayors from all over the state. They have some really great educational sessions, and I always find those to be really valuable opportunities to learn from experts at League of Oregon Cities and also from other mayors and city councilors. We both attended a session on homelessness and community members in crisis and what cities can do and how we can make that make progress in that big problem affecting our whole state. We also attended a session by the Oregon Housing and Community Services, which is a state agency, about affordable housing programs. One of the things in that session that related to a program an effort we want to do in Wilsonville is to find ways to develop some opportunities for first-time home buyers. And that is not an easy thing to do. You need some resources, but we did find, I think, some ideas in that session as well. And we also I attended a session on dealing with divisiveness, which all cities have, and also ways to build equitable and inclusive cities. And I think you'll hear more from Council President Aukervall on that. Earlier this year, the City Council adopted recognition of certain months on behalf of members of our community that we will recognize, and these particular months and celebrations were recommended by our city's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. So for the month of May, we are celebrating both Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, as well as Jewish American Heritage Month. And there's also, around this time, we have a series of 5 lectures that our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee has arranged. And last week, I guess we were going to a lot of the same things. It so happens that Council President Ockervall and I attended the latest in a series of lectures and presentations arranged by that committee. And this one was presented by the chair of the DEI committee, Imran Haider, about his experience growing up Muslim in Clackamas County. He grew up in Oregon City, and it was a very well-attended session and really conversational, and everybody seemed to really enjoy it. He answered questions and talked about some misperceptions and how it was for him to be in his shoes, even though he stated many times that was his experience and it's different for everyone. So it was really great. And this, the next DEI lecture is called The Mainstreaming of Anti-Semitism in America, and it's scheduled for May 4th at the Charbonneau Country Club. It's a free lecture, and it's funded by the Community Opportunity Grant from the Parks and Recreation Department. I think the last thing I have to share is informing all of the counselors that in the city packet and the public, you can find the city's comments to the Oregon Department of Transportation and the federal government about the proposed I-205 toll program environmental assessment. So this was a big piece of work that's part of this tolling program that had to happen. You can read the letter in the packet. And we called out a number of issues of concern, including the analysis area for tolling impacts we think is too small to capture accurately the potential traffic impacts of the area. So as an example, we're concerned that the projected increase in afternoon peak hour traffic congestion could have significant impacts to roadways and intersections south of Mountain Road, and specifically the well-known 65 Stafford-Elligson Road intersection. So we called that out as a concern. We also noted that the environmental assessment fails to analyze fully traffic diversion impacts from I-5 traffic that would seek to avoid the I-205 tolls. And we also noted a lack of detailed study of public transit alternatives and capital improvements to support mobility options. So for example, I think they only had yes, here's the figure. For example, the environmental assessment indicates that after tolling, they project that on I-205, transit use will increase by barely over 1%. And so we think that is way too low of a change to shoot for, and we probably need ODOT to, we've suggested, develop more plans and resources to make transit easier so that more people will want to use traffic, thereby reducing the traffic. So I think I would also note that Wilsonville Representative Courtney Neron, who represents House District 26, and other legislators have now proposed legislation that would provide for a 2-year delay in ODOT's implementation of tolling on I-205 or I-5. So in tonight's packet, you'll find 2 proclamations. And the first proclamation celebrates the 75th anniversary of the Oregon Institute of Technology, also known as Oregon Tech. And it's most appropriate that we announce this proclamation today, as we have the president of Oregon Tech, Dr. Nagi Nagathanan, here tonight to give the council an update report. Oregon Tech was founded in Klamath Falls after World War II in 1948 to provide veterans returning home needed access to educational opportunities opportunity and vocational rehabilitation. Oregon Tech recognizes emerging workforce needs and partners with business and industry to train the next generation of leaders in a wide variety of technical fields, including healthcare, computer science, renewable energy, and other disciplines. We recently had a tour of Oregon Tech, and it was my, I think, second or third time being able to tour. It's always really amazing. I love having Oregon Tech here in Wilsonville. Oregon Tech partners with a dozen area high schools for the South Metro Area STEM partnership, and also with Clackamas Community College for transfer students. I will add that several years ago, the city worked to recruit Oregon Tech to Wilsonville. It was 2012, as OIT sought to consolidate 4 separate Portland area schools into one primary college campus. So at that time, the city viewed having Oregon Tech in Wilsonville as a win-win for members of both our residential community and our business community, providing an opportunity to learn in-demand skills which would benefit our businesses and also people looking to develop really productive career opportunities. So we will listen to Dr. Nagy a little bit later about OIT. Thank you. And then the second proclamation that is in your packet for tonight is Building Safety Month. And I'm not going to read either of these proclamations word by word because it would take quite a while, but they say a lot of great things, and the detailed proclamations are in your packet. But the theme for Building Safety Month is it starts with you, and it encourages community members to raise awareness of the importance of building and maintaining safe structures, fire prevention, disaster mitigation, water conservation, ADA accessibility, energy efficiency, alternative energy, and new technologies in the construction industry. And Building Safety Month is here to really remind us that effective administration of building safety codes directly affects our community and gives us confidence that our structures are safe and sound. So that concludes my mayor's report, and we'll move into our communications section. And first we have Metro Councilor, District 3, Councilor Garrett Rosenthal. Councilor Rosenthal will give us an update on a range of Metro regional programs and projects.
There we go. It works. Good. Almost. Thank you, Mayor Fitzgerald and Council. It's a pleasure to be here. Of course, I was here at the State of the City, and it was nice to hear you. The State of the City is pretty healthy, but I thought it would be good to come back and give you a little bit of presentation, and I'll try and be fairly brief on all the things that Metro's doing, some of which affect you, some of which don't affect you quite so much. So I'll go through our policy advisor, Eduardo. We sort of represent this district, and we try and represent Wilsonville in the best manner possible. He's running the slides. And anyway, so first of all, land use conversations and conversions. Probably the main thing there is you would know that there was a bit of a controversy with Clackamas County over transferring about 500 acres from far eastern Clackamas County in a transfer to Tigard to open up what's called River Terrace 2. That land now in Clackamas County can come back in. It's in the, I believe it's in the undesignated realm. It's still within the urban reserves. It's not in rural reserves. That transfer was made. That'll build out the west side of the area. And got a lot of support from a lot of areas, including the mayors of Gresham and Happy Valley I talked to the other night. At any rate, so that's one thing that's going on. There isn't too much going on. We're coming to the end of the cycle, so people and cities will be proposing additions to the urban growth boundary if they feel that's necessary. One city in this district has already indicated their desire to do so, and that's Sherwood. So that's just a heads up. On the safe streets, Metro got a $2.4 million grant. It'll go into various areas where you have state highways that are converted to streets. A lot of the money will be spent on Hall Boulevard. That's one area of high concern. I didn't realize until recently that Hall Boulevard is actually State Highway 141 because it's not signed, but it comes all the way down and then turns into 72nd. And Tigard is very interested in getting that back so they can do some work and do some safety improvements on that. So that's an important thing. I also wanted to, speaking of safe streets, there's a development in Kingston Terrace in King City, which has a peripheral effect on Wilsonville because it essentially will build a connector from Roy Rogers Road to 124th, which then turns into Basalt Creek Parkway, which connects to North Wilsonville. So it's part of that connector to the west side that connects to the Wilsonville industrial area. It's not, let's just say it's not a complete concept plan at this point in time, but that's just worth noting. It's somewhat controversial, however. Housing bond investments. The housing bond investment program is actually going fairly well. The bond originally said we could probably produce 3,900 units. We're actually, because it's an ill wind that blows no good. The pandemic kept a lot of investment from happening, so we were able to capitalize on some early investment opportunities, and so we may get up to 4,700 units, which is still not all the units we need, of course, but we should be able to fund that, as Metro usually puts in about 20 to 30% of the money. Some of it comes from the federal government and from other programs, county programs and so forth. So that's moving along fairly well. That is tying into the Supportive Housing Services Program, which again is which is a tax levy that was passed. That is getting up and running. We have gotten probably 3,000 people kept from being homeless, and we've taken about 1,200 people off the streets by providing them as services. That's been somewhat slower than we wanted, simply because it's been hard to get staffing has been very difficult. Getting people with the expertise to deal with whether it's substance abuse or behavioral problems or carceral problems or work-related problems has been somewhat difficult. But it's doing its job. It's just not quite as fast as we would all like because the problem still exists. So that's housing and SHS tax response. I do want to mention, as you may have heard, there was a little bit of a mix-up and a lack of communication when the tax was rolled out, and we take some responsibility for that. It is administered by the city of Portland because they had the administrative capability. It was a new tax. There was a little bit of lack of communication, and so a lot of people got notified that not only do you have the tax, but you're going to have a penalty and you're going to have interest on the penalty. And they hadn't been notified of this in advance, and the letter that went out was rather curt. So Metro Council decided that for 2021, the interest and penalty fees will just be waived because it was really unfair. And some people we couldn't have known all the people that would have been paying it, but nonetheless, there was a lack of communication, and that was a sort of a gap between Portland and Metro, and hopefully we have it fixed for the future. So I got a fair number of nasty grams, you might say, so, and paid attention to those. So that's the SHS tax response. I should mention, it generates up to $240 million, and it's actually generating a little more because the economy has been coming back a little bit better. The counties, Metro doesn't spend the money. It goes to the counties, and the counties spend it. And we're working with both Multnomah and Clackamas County and Washington County to get them to staff up and spend it as fast as the money is being generated. I mean, I guess the good news is that we're getting money in a little faster than we thought. The bad news is that it's been a little harder to gear up to do that. And Metro maintains an oversight, and there's a tri-county committee to make sure that there's coordination and that the supportive services, there's no gaps between them from county to county so that people aren't forced to flee one county to go to another. So it's a complicated process. I think I mentioned how many people have been doing that already. So we can move on to the driving up the local economy. Let's see. Well, I'll get to, yeah. The news is generally pretty good on the local economy. The two big drivers that we have, of course, in local terms, of course, is the zoo. The zoo has been very successful and has had a lot of good news lately in terms of its conservation programs for condors and elephants and otters and turtles and butterflies. So there's been a lot of good news there. The polar bear, of course, and rhinos and orangutans and chimpanzees. And there's been a lot of good attendance at the zoos. The Zoo Lights was very popular, so that's good. The other big draw is the convention center, which has been booking some very large, the NEA is coming there in 25. There was a recent coffee brewers and manufacturers convention that filled the place up. So that's been doing good. It brings people into the city and into the region. And in the summer, then these people go out and they travel around the region and go to other cities. So we're looking at that. There's other aspects of the job thing which has to do with creation of job lands. But I want to get into the cleanup and solid waste efforts. I think you all know that we have, there's RID Patrol, not to be confused with RIDWell, but the RID Patrol suffered under the pandemic because we couldn't use the labor that we had, and so they fell way behind. That is now back up to about 2 or 3 day turnaround. So if you have any particular waste removal problems, call Metro and get RID Patrol online, and they'll come out and clean up the sites. But there's a couple other programs that are worth talking about. Of course, you have your community enhancement grants, which are usable from the cities, from the solid waste fees. Those have been very helpful in the city of Wilsonville. I think there's some desire in the long run to try and, it's an interesting program because 5 cities, 2 or 3 nonprofits, and I don't know, one other corporation or something manage these programs throughout the region. So there's some effort to try and coordinate that and make that a little bit clearer. As you know, there's been some problems with understanding exactly what the criteria Metro wants to be used. So there's going to be some efforts to clear that up and make that a little bit more coherent in the future. But that's one thing that's going on. So you have your community enhancement grants. It's going to start a new cycle. There's also the regional refresh program, which is $265,000, 65 grants. It's grants up to $5,000 that's available to anybody, to cities, to community groups, to chambers of commerce. If you see something that needs to be cleaned up, graffiti painted, something like that, spruced up, it's possible. And Metro's the paint group also has availability of donated paint if you have a particularly nasty graffiti problem that somebody wants to clean up. So that's called the regional refresh, and it's a renamed of an older program. And then we have the innovation and investment and innovation grants, which are larger grants, and those have gone out. There were about $4 million, and we had about 30 different applications, and these are grants up to $500,000 for capital to basically come up with new ways to reduce the overall waste stream. Several of the proposals, some had to do with rebuilding materials, some had to do with new technology to sort plastics. So there's quite a bit of focus on some of that. And we're in the process of reviewing those and whittling it down from 60 to 20 to then the amount of money that we have. So that's a process that's ongoing. Let's see. Grant opportunities. Can we move on to that slide? As you know, there's the 2040 Planning and Development Grants. This is the kind of thing that's available to cities to help in planning and development for the 2040 Growth Plan. There's an effort this year to upgrade that a little bit so that it can be used in some cases. Small cities don't often have extra staff to do a lot of the planning. There's a lot of day-to-day activities, permits and so forth, to make it possible to use some of this money to maybe hire staff or consultants on a short-term basis. So there's efforts to broaden that ability to use that. I mentioned the Regional Refresh Fund. As you know, the Parks and Nature Grant deadline was, well, it's actually tomorrow, I guess it is. So I'm sure you already have your Parks and Nature Grant applications in. Beyond that, the small community building grants, again, this is a very small grant to small community organizations if they want to do something to support just a local event or something that builds community cohesion. These are usually up to about $2,500, and they're really, they get sponsored by the department, whether it's Parks and Nature or Solid Waste or Planning or housing or whatever. So these are available. This is another sort of just a small grants, but applied to local communities and helping them to sort of get their feet on the ground. Parks and Nature, I won't notice too much there, but there is I think that's enough for that right now. And then there's side issues. I want to mention, I was looking at the RTP update. As you know, the RTP is going to be updated, and you have, I think, 14 or 15 projects in the constrained list. And I was looking at those, and there's some interesting projects. Obviously, not all of them are going to get funded, so we're going to have to, work hard to try and get the ones that are the most important. And I'm assuming, obviously, the Boone Bridge is a very important one. The overpass is a very important one. Obviously, I'm very keen on the Ellickson Road roundabout because I go through that all the time. So there's a bunch of projects. All of them are pretty good projects. But as the project goes forward, we have to. They have to be pooled. If you've looked at that map, there's like 600 projects. It's going to be a little hard to weed that down to the ones that we actually can find money for. So that's a big issue. And coming up with a larger vision is also an issue that needs to be addressed in the RTP. As I think I mentioned, the UGB is being updated, so we're going to come up with new projections. Metro has a good history of giving good projections on population, pretty good projections on housing, but as you know, the housing situation has changed around here. We have more middle housing. We have new state laws that require that encourage higher density and infilling. So there's been some changes. So coming up with the housing projections is going to be a little bit different, and it's sort of a newer exercise. We now have to do the inventory according to housing types and housing needs. That's something that didn't happen 10 years ago. So that's a process that's ongoing. And then tolling, we already had a little bit of a discussion about tolling. You all know that it's a bit of a concern. You all know that the bill has been put into the legislative hopper to delay the funding for 2 years. So we'll see where that goes. It has quite a bit of support among your local legislators and those that represent, Oregon City and West Lynn and Tualatin and Clackamas County. So I think that's probably a fairly important thing. I think the important thing is that ODOT comes up with a regional concept, and so far how it ties in, one of the issues that Metro has had with it is how does it tie in with the regional congestion pricing plan? And the current proposal does not tie in very well, or at least it's not clear. So that's one of the things that we've sent. Metro has not taken a specific Metro Council position on that, but President Peterson and Councilor Lewis have submitted a letter that asks for greater clarity and basically says, we will continue to work with you, but you have to address the responses or address the concerns about diversion in the local communities. So we'll see where this goes. Let's see. And then one other thing that affects this region, because it eventually could affect, of course, the bills to try and study the corridor down to Salem, the west corridor, is we're still Metro's trying to put $30 million into updating the data on the Southwest corridor so that the Southwest corridor continue to plan and continue to be eligible for federal funding. However, I can't say that I know what the real likely future of that is within the next couple of years. There's a lot of other big projects going on. As you know, there's the Interstate Bridge, and the Abernathy Bridge, of course, is under construction as we speak. So then there's of course the Albina Central project. So there's a bunch of things going on. At any rate, I will leave it at that. Let's see, did I miss anything on the slide? Transportation, housing, urban growth. Yeah, you've heard the governor speak that we have a big housing shortage. There's quite a bit of housing going on the west side, particularly between Hillsborough, and we all know that SB4 could change the games in terms of if we get a large-scale industrial development and they put extra land into the urban growth boundary that was not there before. This is something that we will have to pay close attention to. And Metro took a neutral position on that bill because we recognize that sometimes you have economic opportunities that you can't deny, but we also recognize that it could have implications for land use and growth in the area, transportation, housing, and so forth. If you put 10,000 more jobs, where are you going to get the houses? You got to start thinking about that as well. So it's a complex thing, and so we're waiting to see what happens. So with that, I guess I would ask for any questions or any points of clarification. I went through a lot of stuff, but I'd love to hear any opinions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I appreciate your attention to the Regional Transportation Plan, the RTP, and I know that Ellingson 65th interchange is something that's important to people in Wilsonville. Councilors, do you have any questions?
Well, thank you for your, that was a whirlwind report, and so thank you. And I also was going to ask you about the bill that was passed, Bill number 4. We've had some discussion and some concerns about that in terms of should there be additional lands brought into our urban growth boundary. And so I'm glad you're keeping an eye on it as well, because we have some concerns.
Yeah, it's clear that the focus of it was on some lands in the Hillsborough area, but lands in the French Prairie area could also be, you might say, at risk or under potential option, I suppose. And it's of significant concern. But I don't really know what's going to happen with that.
Well, we stand by to articulate the value of keeping the richest farmland in the area, producing and a vital part of the economy.
I think that's
Thank you.
I support that general policy.
Well, thank you very much for coming to visit us, Councilor Rosenthal. Oh, Council President Ackerbell.
One quick question. Thank you for all of the information that you presented. One thing that sat in my mind as we heard this long list of different grant opportunities, and many of them were available to community organizations or such. If there is a community organization that's listening in right now and is interested in finding out more information, what's the best source? Do they go to the website? Is there a specific central website with all the grants listed? Is there an email that they can sign up for that'll give them notifications of deadlines, or where do we go from here?
Well, I can...
Eduardo, he can provide a good answer on that.
Reshare the slide, the last slide that was on. So it'll be our general website, oregonmetro.gov/sponsorship. Just simple, and then it's a single site that you can pull all of the options from.
Okay, thank you. That's great. /sponsorship gives all of those different grant opportunities that you mentioned. Thank you.
But if it's, for example, if it's something having to do with parks, your parks people know who our parks people are, and if it's solid waste, you have people, or your haulers know people in our WPES department that they can talk to about that. Like I said, some of these are just simple grants that, for example, WPES is sponsored for a group that wants to do a cleanup. Oh, and I forgot to mention one thing. I understand that we have recently come to an agreement with the city of Wilsonville for like a 5-year agreement for household hazardous waste controls, and so we're scheduling a household. I believe it's going to be scheduled for this fall, and hopefully we'll be able to schedule one every year for the next few years. So that was a good news that I just heard about today. I knew we had been working on it, but I think that's a very positive thing.
Terrific. So some of that information then will be coming through the city. So I was just thinking, from the perspective of a community member that maybe doesn't have as many, a group that doesn't have as many many intersection points with Metro staff, where do you go for this kind of information? So that's helpful to kind of know where the locations are that will have all of those details and deadlines and
Thank you for asking.
pertinent.
I should
Yeah.
have pointed it out.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation.
All right, thank you again for coming to visit us. We always enjoy this and want to keep updated on Metro and how we all fit in there.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so now, as I noted earlier, we are welcoming Oregon Tech President Dr. Naganathan to update us on Oregon Institute of Technology. And at the conclusion of his presentation, I want to present the proclamation.
Did I pass? I did share the screen. So, good, okay. I shared the screen, I thought.
Share screen.
I thought I did. Maybe I didn't.
To share.
Here, this one.
This citizen input for the
I thought I did.
housing, the homelessness.
Got it.
We would do that during that hearing, right? Not during this.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mayor Fitzgerald. Councilors, thank you for the opportunity to speak about Oregon Tech today. For the record, I'm Nagi Naganathan. I serve as president of Oregon Tech. And for the record, we are located on the Southwest Parkway Avenue, that is our Portland Metro campus in Wilsonville. Thank you again. As you mentioned, we are celebrating 75 years of applied learning at Oregon Tech. We started in 1947, and this is our 75th anniversary. We started in Klamath Falls, and thanks to Wilsonville's invitation, we consolidated our activities in Wilsonville about 10 years ago. So before that, Oregon Tech was teaching in the metro area in many different places. And on the phrase of applied learning, as you experienced during your tour, we didn't talk at you with a PowerPoint. Instead, you got to see the various laboratories and what our faculty and students are doing. And that is kind of the ethos of Oregon Tech. It is applied learning, wherein we don't insist on theory first. We really teach students through projects, and it is a different kind of learning for our students. That's why they are so successful. So, and we also got recognized by the state legislature as Oregon's Polytechnic University. This was House Bill 2472A that Governor Brown signed into law in June 2021. So it's a unique destination that recognizes the mission of Oregon Tech, wherein it has a STEM H focus. It is, half of our students are in health programs, half in engineering, and then a little bit of management as well as humanities with applied psychology and so on. Again, we would like to say we offer private education at a public university price. These are all very small classes and partly driven by the nature of the program because we cannot talk at 300 students. Our average class size, actually student to faculty ratio, is an enviable 13-to-1 on campus, which obviously makes the programming very difficult to offer, but we still offer it at a very good price for the students. That's why we command a terrific return on investment for our students and families. Again, the degree programs we offer are high demand programs. They do very well. I will share some statistics. I will not go through any of them. These are some of the accolades for our programs and our graduates. You can see the average starting salary is $60K per year. We are in the best of the programs in many places. One of the things we are very proud of is the ranking in terms of return on investment. Georgetown University did an analysis on their own. They did it in 2019, repeated it in 2022. We are in the top 3% in the nation in terms of return on investment, long-term as well. These are 30 years return of investment analysis. They analyzed over 4,500 colleges and universities universities. We are in the top 3% in the nation and the first in Oregon. And there are also some specific numbers. The value you see here, these are the salaries recorded by the U.S. Census Bureau 1 year after graduation. And you can see Oregon Tech graduates command the highest salary in the state of Oregon, well above even our number 2 university there. And the Higher Education Coordinating Commission did an analysis. Was it just a flash in a pan increase at the time of hiring? You can see 5 years after graduation, our graduates continue to command the highest salary in the state of Oregon. And again, these are not our numbers. These are numbers by others who did the analysis. And our programming, and we have always had a statewide mission. We started in Klamath Falls, where we have our main campus. And then, as I said earlier, we consolidated our offerings in Portland Metro and Wilsonville. And thank you for being our home. And then in Salem, we are co-located with Chemeketa Community College. We offer our dental hygiene program because of the community support, and that is something I'm going to refer to later also. We have our Oregon Manufacturing Innovation Center in Scappoose. I will mention about it briefly later. That is more of an R&D program with industries. And then we have a unique attribute. We teach Boeing engineers outside of the Everett plant in Seattle. And we are the only Oregon university allowed to teach, public university allowed to teach in the state of Washington. We have been teaching them for the last 20 years. And that program has led to many other opportunities, including one, I don't believe I have a slide on it. We actually recently started a collaborative laboratory in Klamath Falls, wherein our students, while attending school at Oregon Tech, will work on Boeing projects guided by Boeing engineers as paid interns in Klamath Falls. And I know they are interested creating a component of it in Wilsonville also. It is just, we just don't have enough person power to roll these things out, but we look forward to doing it in the future. And just to talk about enrollment, we are about 5,000 students. We have students from all 36 Oregon counties at any given time. And you can see the split, about 40% in Klamath Falls, about 13% in Wilsonville, and then you can see 11% online students, a few others like Chemeketa and other places, and 32%. You talked about working with the local high schools in the Metro Hub, but then we also work with 79 high schools around the state. We have more than 2,000 students, high school students, that are enrolled at Oregon Tech, many of them getting legitimate college credit that applies to their degree program in any university in the state of Oregon and beyond, particularly in the state of Oregon. I remember giving a talk in Wilsonville Rotary once. One of the audience members stood up and said, she said, my daughter is attending Oregon Tech dual credit. She is getting 10 legitimate college credits for $250. So that is a great way of bringing these students early on. And now we want to create the next dimension of dual credit, unique after the pandemic, kind of adding more purpose to those students so they can early on decide what is that they would want to do. We look forward to more conversations in the future. And here are some of the majors. I won't go through all of them line by line. These are some of our departments here, and some of them are also having partners in Klamath Falls and other places, but particularly the medical laboratory science and emergency medical services are the two departments that are located only in Wilsonville, and you got to experience some of their demos while you were on campus, and I will mention it a little later also. Again, here are the various areas in which the kind of degree programs offered. After the 50+ programs offered at Oregon Tech. 17 of them are offered in Wilsonville and Canyon Creek. Again, we want to constantly be agile and nimble and respond to what our customers want in terms of the industry, rather than saying this is all, we have always done this, what we are going to continue to do. I thought I will highlight some selected student accomplishments. In my title slide, I said we are a local university with a global impact. Here are some recent examples. First of all, the Oregon Tech, both the emergency program, medical program, as well as medical lab science are offered jointly with OHSU. This is the diploma, has the seals of both institutions, so it is truly a joint degree program with OHSU. And the medical lab science program is the only baccalaureate of its kind in the state of Oregon that is in Wilsonville. And you also saw it is a very special program. Very often we get post-baccalaureate students who come and run through the program in 15 months, and they get their degree, and we have 100% placement, and they command very high salaries. Through the pandemic, we never stopped offering these programs. It continued because of the high demand for our graduates. But as you also saw, it's very expensive to increase the cohort size because of the hands-on component and the amount of laboratory time the students have to learn through. The second one is one of our graduates, Simon Flora, is a Wilsonville success. He attended Wilsonville campus, and now he is working in Wilsonville at DW Fritz. And one of our students went to Philippines when they were hit by the hurricane. There's a renewable energy student. He went and installed solar panels in that hurricane-affected town so that they can get some power, local power resources. And two of our students recently became semifinalists in a national competition organized by the Department of Energy. They came up with a new idea that combines solar power and wind power, aesthetically pleasing, and then they wanted to find solutions. They made it all the way to the semifinals. We certainly don't want to be complacent about the level of success we have right now. So we recently redid our strategic plan in a couple of years, and now our vision is to be a world-class polytechnic university that not only produces great professionals, but also the leaders of tomorrow. What are some of the leadership traits you should teach these students in terms of communications, learning about finances? Doesn't matter what your major is, having some fiscal literacy at graduation, project management. So how can we get this holistic professionals at graduation? And one of the phrases is we are called Industries University. That is not just about preparing career-ready professionals. This is also Oregon Tech connected at the hip with industry for innovation. We want to become the surrogate lab for innovation. So when industry has a problem, we should have them call Oregon Tech so that our students and faculty can solve those problems. And then, of course, adapt innovative approach in terms of creating that edge for our students and offering on-site education. Couple of examples. This is the research of one of our faculty members. We are working with many industries. The lead for this particular project, the lead industry is Daimler. This is additive manufacturing. We all know about 3D printing now. It's fairly common terminology, but this is not plastic. This is metals. And what this does is not produce the part, but produces the mold that produces the part. Just one plant, the Daimler in Portland, they spend north of $100 million each year for their tooling. And it takes a long time. It's expensive. Whereas by using additive manufacturing and creating the tooling that substantially speeds up projects, allows us to do things, as some of you experienced during the tour. We can have design attributes or elements that you cannot have with subtractive machining in terms of arranging for cooling passages and so on inside the mold. So a lot of unique things. As a young faculty member, Dr. Saber is involved in this research. This is one slide on the Oregon Manufacturing Innovation Center in Scappoose. We started with 7 industry partners in 2018, 17, that was my first year here. And today we have 40 plus multinational members. And this is primarily so far in the traditional manufacturing, how to work with metal machining. But now we just dedicated a new center in additive manufacturing that was just dedicated last month. And that's a very unique facility in terms of creating new additive technologies. And we work cooperatively with PSU and Oregon State University as part of that particular center. One thing I will quickly talk about this, I believe so strongly. Obviously, we want them to be very good in what they know in their majors, which is whether it is health or engineering. But to me, as a student, we just have to help the students prepare not just for careers, but for life. So what are some of the other things we would like the students to know when they graduate? And particularly in the post-pandemic world, some of these things have become very important. People are even more immersed in their smartphones and other smart devices. How do you get them to communicate effectively and learn differently in the new world? And I want to conclude with a couple of slides, one in particular on the opportunities and challenges in Wilsonville. The good news is we have many preferred majors. Our placement rate is north of 96%. The average median salary is about $60,000. So our graduates do exceedingly well. But there are opportunities. These students have also rethought how to participate in education. We cannot simply hope we can go back to what we did before. The students used to come and still come for the laboratory experience to Wilsonville. And they used to complain about traffic. They still came. But now they are used to the Zoom world. They are saying, how can you optimize? So we need to rethink higher education and better access and awareness. Then you will be surprised. We have hosted north of 5,000, about 5,000 unique individuals as students at Oregon Tech in the last few years here. But only a small fraction come from Wilsonville. It is partly because either they are not aware, so we have to do a better job, and we are going to request your help to help us do a better job in creating that awareness. But it is also, they want to have a residential experience, particularly after the pandemic. They don't want to again go to school from home. So what are some of the housing options we can create for those students so they can have the best of both worlds? And the student dilemma, this is very unique for Oregon Tech students. You go to Oregon Tech for 2 years, you can command a good job and you can command a good paycheck. That is good and that is bad because you start well and pretty soon you get stuck, you get plateaued. But they're not going to make the decision when they are 20 years old about how life is going to look 10 years later. Not that everybody will not be successful even more, but they do so well. As a matter of fact, during the pandemic, between the spring term and fall term, I believe it was coming from spring 21 into fall 21, that transition in that calendar year, more than 500 students stopped out. They all had good GPAs, but they were getting such good jobs, particularly our health program students. Hospitals could not get enough of them. And that certainly was good in terms of them commanding a good paycheck, but that also meant they are now, stuck in a certain cycle that they don't know how to get out of, and I don't blame them. So what are some of the new ways we can approach those students? The affordable housing, we talked about it on campus. This is a very serious issue, not only for our students, but also our faculty and staff. This is a challenge in terms of getting them to come to Wilsonville. They would love to be near a metro stop and all those other conveniences, but they do want to commute. We can change how we offer things. They didn't have to come multiple times a week, but we want to be mindful of this. And the affordable housing is something, we have some creative ideas. I would like to bring it at a later time. How do you rethink the challenges and the opportunities. Instead of saying we have to have traditional housing, traditional education, how do you bring them together in a new way? And the community engagement and ambassadorship, it was very good to listen to the Metro Councilor on some of the initiatives underway, and we would love to be part of additional community engagement. Again, I thank you for this opportunity today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Councilors, any questions?
Feels just like a class. No.
Okay, I'll break the silence.
Okay.
First of all, thank you. I did not attend the tours, so this was very educational. And we hear you on affordable housing, and we're excited that as a city, that we're also looking at solutions for that with some of our future housing initiatives. So very excited. I would really like to know what percentage of high school students that are in your high school program go on and become students at OIT post diploma.
Well, interestingly, that is only 10% right now. We are, part of it is we should also do a better job of letting them know that they are now university students. So in all of this, first we look at ourselves, what's it we can do better? Because they could be taking classes in high schools not knowing much about Oregon Tech or any other university for that matter. So we are now trying to create more awareness in those schools. It's about 10%.
Thank you for coming to visit us and for hosting us on the tour. It's always really great to have the reality of our partnership renewed again, and so thank you very much. I think you should be very, very proud, and I know you are, of the success of the university. And I think there is a great opportunity for us to continue to work together. I think some of the ideas that you had about learning and living spaces here in Wilsonville, I think are kind of the vision, I think, that I look forward to exploring more. We certainly are encouraged. I know from my work that we had to make a very conscious effort with those students to let them know that the dual credit students, that they were part of the family of the institution. And we had some really fun things to do with those high school students that got them to that place, including issuing them transcripts, official transcripts, on a quarterly basis, so that they knew that they were earning those credits. So I look forward to our work together and expanding our partnership here. And so thank you for your work here, and whatever we can do to work together, I'm looking forward to.
Thank you very much.
Council President Ackerbaugh.
Thank you. Thank you for your visit today and for your presentation. And I always appreciate hearing about your ideas for the future. And in your presentation, you talked about, one of the graphs referenced online students, and you talked about reimagining what higher ed looks like. So I'm wondering if the hours of operation on the Wilsonville campus, if that's changing over the last couple years, if you could describe to us what you see happening there now and what you see happening there in the future too.
Thank you, Councilor President. It's a great question. As a matter of fact, we didn't want to guess for the students. As a matter of fact, our students did a survey recently. Just poll the students, what is that they want? And we can see more of an interest in afternoon classes. Generally, our plant is not well utilized during the daytime. When there was more non-traditional students learning, which was the case about 5 years ago. In the last 10 years, the average age of the student attending Oregon Tech Wilsonville campus has come down by 10 years. So there is a shift.
Okay.
So we need to be mindful of the demographics there. And how do you create a sense of community for those students? You know, we have fewer freshmen. By the way, Oregon Tech as a whole, our direct from high school freshmen, that population has grown in the last 4 of the 5 years. We registered increases. But at the same time, the transfers coming from community colleges have dropped precipitously through the pandemic. You may know in the last 10 years, there are 50,000 fewer students in Oregon's 17 community colleges. It is, these are changes in demographics we need to be mindful of. There are 10,000 fewer Oregon residents going to the 7 public universities. So knowing this, how do you create the opportunity? There are people that really wanted to be in downtown Portland. Now, would they rather stay in the suburb and go to school? How do you create that experience so that they can have the best of both worlds? It's no different than, I can take a Zoom meeting. It's convenient versus I really want to be in the room to interact with people. So I think we need to create a hybrid opportunity for students to learn instead of saying, this is what we have always done. So how do you get the faculty to participate differently, students to participate differently? It doesn't have to be anything extravagant. We don't have to build a traditional university campus, but there are ways to create enough of a community experience for the students. I think we can do that.
Well, thank you very much. And I would like to come give you this beautiful proclamation and just close by saying that in times that we were talking about the Senate Bill 4 and this eagerness to take over the farmland to figure out how to build chips here. Hopefully we can find another place for that. But the exciting thing is that right here in Wilsonville and with all of your OIT campuses, your university is developing these great thinkers and innovative people, and that is really exciting. Thank you. All right, thank you. And that brings us to our next section for the meeting, which is citizen input and community announcements. And this is an opportunity for visitors to address the City Council on items not on the agenda. It's also time to address items that are on the agenda but are not scheduled for a public hearing. Staff and City Council will make every effort to respond to questions raised during citizens' input before tonight's meeting ends or as quickly as possible thereafter. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes and use the raise hand feature of Zoom to let us know if you'd like to provide comments. Before I start, I just wanted to note that I have 2 people who would like to comment on our hearing for ordinance number 879. I think we'll hold those until that hearing. Okay, great. And so I'd like to start with Joseph Schaefer.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and City Councilors. I'm Joseph Schaefer, and my address is 15140 Park Avenue in Aurora. I'm here to update Wilsonville on the aviation development of the former church camp next to the Aurora State Airport. To clarify, I'm speaking as an individual tonight and not on behalf of the City of Aurora, because the city is not a party to this particular case, although it did submit a supportive amicus brief. To recap this long-running saga, back in October 2020, Marion County approved development of this property for 123,000 square feet of office space without public water or sewer service. For comparison, this city hall is about 30,000 square feet. So multiply this building times 4, and that's just the office space. The approval also included 158,000 square feet of airplane hangars with capacity for about 30 airplanes. I appealed that county approval, and after 2 visits to the Court of Appeals, LUBA reluctantly saw the light and reversed the county approval. So the land use appeal is over after about 2.5 years. Now, there's a catch, and the catch is that while the appeal was pending, the county, DEQ, and the Department of Aviation took the risk of issuing permits and entering agreements with the property owner, who started a little construction. And the new draft airport master plan shows the church camp as eligible for future aviation development. Now that the appeal determined that the proposed uses are prohibited, I asked these 3 government agencies to revoke their permits, terminate their agreements, and fix the draft master plan. Thus far, only DEQ is cooperating. I filed a new lawsuit in Marion County Circuit Court, asking the court to compel the governments and the developer to do these things. That case is just getting started. That is the update, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Do any of the counselors have a question or comment? Well, go ahead.
I thank you for coming and keeping us updated. We also have had ongoing concerns over master planning and what is going on with the airport, as you well know. So we appreciate that you are keeping us informed, and I'm certainly asking that you continue to let us know as things progress, and so that we know where this particular case is going to end up. I think it's an important case, and so we'll keep our eyes on it as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Linville. I think you said it very well, and we appreciate the attention to this. And like all entities, we want to be neighbors of that entity, that potential, that airport. City of Wilsonville, and I know City of Aurora, want to have a legitimate, sincere seat at the table as this planning process proceeds. And that's another part of this that we want to just keep our eye on.
You know, absolutely. I see some new faces since I was here last time. The council should be aware that the state's official position is that the City of Aurora and the City of Wilsonville are not affected local governments when it comes to the Department of Aviation's planning and development at the Aurora State Airport. So that was an issue that was raised in the case that's still going around in circles at the Court of Appeals, but has never really, there's a lot of issues, and that's one that hasn't gotten much attention. Right. But from my perspective, it's highly irregular. And I would just point to the Metro Councilor Rosenthal, who was here earlier tonight, talking about all the work they do, you know, weaving the cities together and weaving the planning together. And the state is, you know, sort of firmly rejected that when it comes to the airport.
Well, we want to protect the water quality in that area, which obviously connects to many creeks in the Willamette River, the air quality, and also make sure that if any, as you know, as with any development, that the transportation systems supporting developments are in place.
Thank you for that. I'll make 2 quick comments. First of all, on the water quality, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the term MS4. Does that ring a bell? That's the acronym for Municipal Separate Storm Sewer Service. And that's the permit that every city gets from DEQ pursuant to the Federal Clean Water Act to maintain your storm sewer system in a way that protects creeks. Aurora has one, Wilsonville has one, all municipalities have one. Curiously, the airport is not subject to an MS4 permit. That's quite surprising to a lot of people when they hear that. It's roughly 300 acres, awful lot of pavement, awful lot of rooftops. The federal rule requires MS4 permits based on population. So since there aren't significant numbers of people living at the airport, guess what? They're exempt from the MS4 permit.
So we'll keep our eye on that, and I thank you very much for coming to our council tonight.
Okay, thank you,
We'll stay in
everyone.
touch. Thank you, and now I have a card, two people on a related topic, Maripat Hensel and Melissa Miracle. And would you like to both come up and decide who'd like to go first among the two of you? And please state I do have your address on record. Yes. If you don't want to state it.
Hello, Mayor Fitzgerald, councilors, city managers, city staff, and all who are gathered here and online. I'm Mary Pat Hensel. I use she, her pronouns, and I've worked as a manager in businesses and nonprofits. I live in Morey's Landing, 31518 Southwest Wildwood Court, 97070. Here's my community input for an awareness building message and my personal request for the city for 2023. National Gun Violence Awareness Day is an annual event that takes place on the first Friday in June and marks the beginning of Wear Orange Weekend. Wear Orange is dedicated to honoring the lives of people in the United States affected by gun violence and elevating the voices of those demanding an end to gun violence. I pause here very briefly for all of us to take a breath and remember. We wear orange to demand a future free from gun violence. Orange symbolizes the values of each person's life, and we wear it to honor those killed, wounded, or impacted by gun violence, and to call for an end to this crisis. In an average year, 587 people die, and 617 are wounded by guns in Oregon. In Oregon, 79% of gun deaths are suicides, and 17% are homicides. This is compared to 57% and 40%, respectively. Gun deaths and injuries cost Oregon $8.1 billion each year, of which $89.1 million is paid by taxpayers. This is data from April 2023, and it's an averaging of 2016 through 2021. But as incidences of gun violence have grown, so too has movements to stop it. We continue to educate, we raise awareness like we're trying to do this evening. We organize, we advocate, and we rally for safer communities. Like Wilsonville, we want to be a very safe community. Together we can build a future free from gun violence. As a parent and grandparent, a survivor of gun violence, a gun owner, an advocate for secure storage, and a member of the 2022 City of Wilsonville Civics Academy cohort, I encourage your attention today and tomorrow. Partner with me and my colleagues on Wear Orange. We encourage you to add this information to the city website through June 2023 and ask you to consider a commitment to recognizing National Gun Violence Awareness Day annually in June here in Wilsonville. Tonight, I'm also passing along to the mayor and each of the councilors a small Wear Orange rock that I made as a reminder of lives lost in senseless gun violence during the pandemic.
Thank you.
Should I sit here?
Sure. Oh, you might not be over there. Let's see.
Good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald, city councilors, and city managers. My name is Melissa Miracle, and I am a licensed professional counselor serving the Portland metro area. My husband and I live in Wilsonville, and we are raising two kids, a third grade boy and a girl in kindergarten, both attending Lowry Primary. I became a member of Moms Demand Action after last year's school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, where 19 elementary school children and 2 adults were shot and killed just a few weeks before school let out for the summer. Personally, I could no longer stand by and watch gun violence unfold without doing my part to prevent it. 2022 was another deadly year for America's gun violence epidemic, and in the first half of 2023, the impacts of this public health crisis have continued to devastate communities and families across the country. Guns are the second leading cause of death among children and teens in Oregon. In Oregon, an average of 31 children and teens die by guns every year, of which 63% of these deaths are suicides and 31% are homicides. Where Orange originated on June 2nd, 2015, what would have been Hadia Pendleton's 18th birthday. Hadia marched in President Obama's second inaugural parade, and 1 week later, Hadia was shot and killed on a playground in Chicago. Soon after this tragedy, Hadia's friends commemorated her life by wearing orange, the color hunters wear in the woods to protect themselves and others. Today, Wear Orange honors Hadia and more than 120 people shot and killed every day in the United States, as well as the hundreds more who are wounded and the countless others who witness acts of gun violence. This year, I invite you all to wear orange on June 2nd, National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and attend events throughout Wear Orange weekend on June 3rd and 4th. Together, we will remember the millions of lives taken or impacted by gun violence and demand action in their honor. Please share this information with your family, friends, and neighbors. Wear Orange has support from coalition partners, cultural influencers, sports teams, city officials, mayors, faith leaders, public safety officials, survivors, students, teachers, moms, and other advocates in cities all over the country, including lighting landmarks orange in support of National Gun Violence Awareness Day. I can provide placards and other attention-getting materials for the city. As volunteers, we are residents who care about you, and we will offer support throughout the year as part of community engagement or safety events. In summary, we wear orange to demand a future free from gun violence. Orange symbolizes the value of each person's life, and we wear it to honor those killed, wounded, or impacted by gun violence, and to visibly call for an end to this crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you both for taking the time to come tonight to meet with us and share this information. I think on June 2nd is the day that Councilor Berry and I are meeting with some other councilors and mayors. So I bet we can wear orange to that and bring this up with them. And I would like to follow up with you about the placards. So thank you for coming to speak with us and bringing up these very important points.
May I ask a question, Mayor?
Please.
What would you like us to do with it? What would be the best uses of the stones that you have?
I was thinking that each one of you might want to share them with one of the people that you know that you can call attention or build more awareness. So I'll give them to Kim and you can pass them out.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions, councilors? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker is Stephanie Tharp. And you can just choose one of these microphones.
Hello, Council. Thank you for allowing me time to address you all this evening. My name is Stephanie Tharp, and my address is on my speaker card. If you don't recognize my voice, I spoke 2 weeks ago about the Beckman Creek Trail, and I'm here for an update. Sadly, to date, my neighbors and I have not received the notice regarding the surveying in the Beckman Trail corridor behind our homes. You can hear the emotion in my voice as I'm a mother of 2 young children, and many of my neighbors share similar concerns with activity behind us that we don't fully understand. I have to first acknowledge that 5 of the city staff that I have spoken with have been pleasant and seemingly eager to correct this error. However, during each of those staff meetings where they heard our concerns, action items were consented and agreed upon, and delivery was supposed to occur on Friday, April 28th. Unfortunately, as of this evening at 5 p.m. at the close of business, those issues have not been resolved. I address the council today again to put on the public record that myself and 40 collected individual properties along my neighborhood are eagerly awaiting 3 simple things. We need notice of the survey work and purpose of what's being done behind our homes. We need the official designation of the affected owner boundary provided in writing and easy to understand. We need a set date for the initial public outreach meeting for the said affected owners to hear the city's existing plans on the trail. We have submitted our community link documents. We've put together countless hours of research on our own in the last 2 weeks, all of which have been submitted to these city staff members I have mentioned. In my hand, I have 14 signatures of people in the last 2 hours that signed to demand that we get this information quickly and efficiently, as it is already severely overdue. We are looking forward to the city's action in transparently announcing and engaging with us as affected owners as we discuss the trail that's coming behind our homes. I would like to have the council deem Beckman Creek Trail Project's timely, active engagement with affected owners as a critical piece of this project from this moment forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to talk with us about this. I'm not aware of the actual documents that you're talking about. I am aware of the topic. But Mr. Cosgrove, would you like to help us with this and maybe staff so that we can all be aware of? I know you've had several meetings and the city is, I know, committed to getting you the information. So maybe what do you think we should do?
I think we're moving in that direction.
Okay.
The unfortunate thing is that the surveyor that's working for the city got ahead of themselves. They started the trail survey stuff. They weren't supposed to start the trail survey stuff until we got halfway through the design for the street, and that rightly concerned some folks because they didn't know what was going on. I would be concerned. I think any reasonable person would be. But I think the communication has been good. I think you met with Zach and Andrew Barrett. You were also involved in a meeting last Friday. So I think from a communication standpoint, what I've committed to is that we will meet with folks. We'll set up a special meeting. We're working toward that. I don't know if Zach has anything he wants to add, any new information, but go ahead.
Understanding about what are the documents that they were looking for on Friday?
Sure. Zach Weigel, city engineer. And yeah, I think we did meet with Stephanie and one of her neighbors 2 Fridays ago. And we did develop a list of action items. Unfortunately, it's taking a little bit longer for staff to get all the information together. We are working on that and hope to have it this week. But all of the action items that we talked about are all still what we're working on.
I think our concern, I just want to say this, it was fine that 2 weeks ago, I'm sorry, I should have asked permission. May I ask a question?
Sure.
We understand that 2 weeks ago, the surveyors got ahead of themselves. When I addressed the council, it was oh no, it took us by surprise. It's now been 2 weeks and that notice hasn't happened and the surveyors are continuing their work. So it can't, for us, be both. We got ahead of ourselves, but we're still not telling you what's going on, is where the emotion is coming from on these owners that have signed this document along with our other neighbors. Does that make sense? I understand there's a long list of things, but that initial notice is so critical when we have strange people lining our homes and flags appear. It just creates panic to all of our point that shouldn't have been panic. It's very straightforward. We get it. You have survey work to do. We're just kind of waiting to be told. Sorry.
Yeah, so we are working on the notices and they will be out this week.
Is there other information that has to come from third parties that you're looking for?
Yeah, we're working with the public engagement team on the project to develop the materials. We're also working on updating the website. We're setting up a text to get, we're going to do regular emails like we're doing on the Beckman.
Email updates.
Yeah, email updates. We're developing a fact sheet. So there's a lot of things happening. It's taking a little bit longer than we like, but it's coming. The information is coming.
So I think the commitment for the people that are, the conversation I had with her was that we understand that there's impacts to people that live along the trail.
Right.
Specific to those concerns in terms of how you design the trail. Is there some give and take that can come into play versus the broader public? So we're committed to having those conversations with the folks that are quote unquote most impacted by the trail, and then having a separate process for the general public. We have so many trails in the city, and if you live, depending on what neighborhood you're in, we have trails everywhere. So from a safety standpoint, and the fact that this trail will also be something that we use to service our sewer and stormwater facilities, so it has to be paved. So we understand there's concerns, and we understand the concerns that we've heard so far. We're committed to keeping the communication going. We didn't get off on the right foot, and all I can say is I'm sorry that that work was out there without our knowledge. We did, I think, make it clear to the contractors that they weren't supposed to start that work, but sometimes folks get ahead of themselves. So we'll reset this the best we can, and we'll make sure that we keep the communication high. You have my number. You can call me anytime you'd like, and Zach and I will do everything we can.
Yeah, I think these 14 owners and the 40 other owners are looking for that notice to kind of kick off that all these wonderful ideas, and you're ready to hear us. We're looking forward to those constructive conversations, but without initial notice of survey, we're kind of in this lock joint because they asked, should we all come? And I was like, I don't know. I don't know if you should all come. We don't want to create a mob. So thank you for hearing me out. I'm here to just make sure that whatever boxes need to get checked, get checked.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. And I appreciate that. And now we have Erin Yatabe, and this may be on Zoom?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm on Zoom. This is, hello, Council. Thank you for allowing me time to address the Council today. For the record, my name is Erin Yatabe. My address is on my speaker card. And so I'm here today to state into record that I concur with the statements made by the previous speaker, Stephanie Tharp. And my signature is one of those on the document that she referenced in her statement. Okay. So yes, this is related. It's essentially the same concerns that Stephanie has laid out for everyone. As an affected owner, I'm just here to echo the concerns of the City of Wilsonville's lack of communication and transparency with the affected owners related to the Beckman Creek Trail project. And I'm just going to interject this too in my statement, that I'm hearing that Stephanie has everyone's number and everyone's committed to talking with her whenever she needs something. But I feel like the point of her statement is it's the collective communication to everyone involved. So she's now taken on essentially the communication of the city by telling everyone else what's going on with the one-on-ones. And so we're simply, like she's saying, looking for that jump start to communicate with everyone at once on the same page, coming from the city without us having to be the ones to reach out. For example, as of today's date, I've not been contacted or sent any communication or correspondence from the City of Wilsonville related to this project, even though I can see now physical evidence of the project looking out from my windows of my home. And so without me connecting with Stephanie and doing my own legwork and her own legwork, we would have no idea what was going on. And we're simply just asking that this become top priority as a collective communication from the city to everyone all at the same time. At least a jump start, at least a letter of something saying what's happening in our backyard and who to contact if we then at that point have individual concerns that we want to communicate with. I don't even know who to contact unless I were to ask Stephanie, who am I supposed to contact about my flags? I don't want to bombard the staff when I may be able to get a communication that 40 of my other neighbors have received that has the right contact information on it. That's all we're looking for. That's really my statement that I wanted to make tonight. I'm happy to answer questions related to my concerns, and I'm actually just really open to suggestions from the council or anyone else there. If there's anything else that I can do to help facilitate the city's communication with me and other affected owners related to the trail project.
Well, thank you very much, Erin, for coming tonight, and also Stephanie and all of the neighbors there. And so I know that the city, based on all of my experience here, they would never plan to ask one person to be the liaison for all the neighbors. So I think what I'm hearing is the surveyors got started before the city was ready to send these things out. The city has recognized that was not how they want things to go, and very sorry that did happen. But, and I'm just going to ask the city manager if I'm saying this correctly, that, because with all of these other projects, it is on the city's responsibility to communicate directly with each of those landowners.
Yes.
Correct?
And if we have somebody working for us, there's a process by which they're supposed to notify people. We do so many infrastructure projects where it's not new for us. This is just
an unusual error. It is.
Yeah, it's not. In the 12 years I've been here, this is the first time I can think of where notice didn't go out. So,
but I see why this is really upsetting and disturbing. And we heard from Zach today that he hopes to get the rest of the materials and get this pumped out in the next week or so.
So the work that's being done right now is identifying those folks that are most impacted. That takes some work. There's some, I don't know, I don't even know what process you use, if you use GIS database or whatever to figure out how many homes are along the corridor trail. And then they will send out a notice individually to those folks. They will organize a meeting or 2 meetings if we need to. So
here comes Zach. So you're doing this every day. I'm sure you can describe it better than I can.
Yes, I'm back to provide more detail. This is not how we like to start projects. This is the first time, like Brian said, that I'm aware that our consultant team got ahead of the notification. So, and not the greatest project for that to happen on. So I understand the concerns, but it is more than just drafting a letter, right? We got to get the website, we got to get the links on. There's not going to be enough information in a letter. So we want to make sure we have the information available and then get that letter out and get people the information they need and the contact information they need.
In the meantime,
go ahead. Sorry.
In the meantime, Zach, could you give...
Is it okay if I ask a question?
Oh, I didn't hear where that was coming from. I thought that was Councilor Linville. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. This was Erin. I'm still unmuted, and so I didn't know if I could still ask a question now.
Sure, go ahead.
You guys have spoken. I know that there's a lot of work to still happen to get thorough communication out to us. I'm just wondering if there's even a chance where you can just say that to everyone here and just like with an initial communication, sorry, we understand that you see that there was surveying happening. This was an error. This doesn't normally happen. Please look for more communication from the city related to this trail coming shortly. We're working as fast as we can. I feel like that would go a long way with everyone affected. Just because it is such an unusual thing that you're describing, that I think would ease a lot of people's minds that like, hey, we're not being ignored. I don't want to use the word ignored, but you're being heard, and this is something that we can do in this moment, even if it's 2 sentences saying, that you formally apologize and this is happening, but we're working hard right now to get this to you.
Yes.
Stay tuned, essentially.
Yeah, that's a very reasonable request that we can accommodate.
Okay, and it's possible that the first list you send out, I'm just going to say, might not be complete because you have to do all the GIS work on all of the affected property owners.
I think that's pretty easy, that we could generate a list of addresses to send that initial letter out to. I don't think it's going to be, how many homes are we talking about?
It's going to be quite a few.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, but I think with GIS we can put that together pretty.
And in the meantime, Zach, have you given your contact information to Erin and Stephanie?
Stephanie has.
Yeah. But I can provide it again.
And we can give, okay, thank you. And I think Counselor Linville had a comment?
I do. In many of our other projects, and I'm assuming this one is not dissimilar, we hire consultants or a project management company, and part of their responsibility is the outreach.
Yes.
It does not come from the city of Wilsonville. We contract with that company to provide that communication in advance, do the outreach. Is that where this fell apart?
Yeah, and
Okay.
And I will say, just on this specific aspect of the project, because every other aspect has been well notified, we've had many, many meetings, it's just this trail segment that was not supposed to start until later.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I think it would be helpful for our citizens to know that that is what our process usually is when everything goes really great, is that that communication goes out, there is the touching base, and that, you know, this one kind of got mixed up, but our expectation was that our contractor was going to do this before they started doing the other work. Correct? Am I correct?
No, that's correct, yeah. They prepare all the material, they help prepare all the materials, right?
Okay.
Thank you. And Council President Akkerval?
And just a question for staff. I just turned off my microphone. People are using the term notice, and I know that, or I believe, for, you know, staff's perspective, that's the website, that's the letter, that's a whole slew of things, is notice.
Right.
And I don't know if from, and maybe I could be misunderstanding this, but I don't know if from community members, notice, it could also mean acknowledgement that this is going to happen in the future and this general time or something like that. And hey, we're going to be on site. Or as you referred to, maybe a letter, or Aaron referred to a letter, or just something, right?
Yeah, typically it would be, like on this, it would have been a letter saying you may notice surveyors out near the property.
Yeah.
The city's in the initial stages of doing some design on a trail that will ultimately go in. There will be plenty of opportunity to engage in the process. So yeah, it would be a whole lengthy list of things, and directing people to a website so that they could gain more information. It would have contact information. It would have all those things that weren't provided to the folks that are you're hearing from now.
But so it would queue all of this up.
Yes.
But I also heard, I believe, you say that maybe we need something for the general public, and maybe we need something for, you know, a very specific group of people.
What I committed to Stephanie and to the folks that are most impacted by it is we're happy to meet. I mean, typically when you're doing design work like this, you will meet individually with property. I mean, in this case, there's a lot of property owners, but we would definitely carve out, you know, time either to do like an open house or something specifically for those property owners that are most impacted by the project.
And are you thinking that that will occur after this larger public notice? Like, I'm just trying to piece together and help set expectations for people on what they can expect when, to, you know, for these different things, because we're all familiar with varying degrees with the terms and what is involved with that, and, you know.
We wouldn't probably have the meeting in the notice, because we would want to work with folks and figure out a date and time that works for people.
Okay.
But I guess I would refer to Zach on.
That's correct. Yeah. The notice is really going to, you know, set up, you know, we have a QR code that people can follow to sign up for regular project updates when the website's updated, and then that way they can get notification of when the public engagement meetings are going to happen, or opportunities. So that's all being worked on right now by the public engagement team. It's a lot to set up. So we're trying to get that very first meeting scheduled so we can get that initial feedback before any design work starts early.
Okay.
Councilor Dunwell.
Just very quickly for clarification, is the survey work complete, or are they continuing to work in the area?
Yeah, I need to check in with Andrew, but we'll have them stop until the notice gets out if they're not completed.
Thank you. And I think it'd be good to connect with Aaron and Stephanie one more time to just confirm what we're doing next.
Yeah.
And I don't expect you to be the spokesperson for all of the people, but because you are here, that would be one step, and look for the next package later. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry for the disturbance and inconvenience and confusion that was brought about by that mistake. That brings us to councilor comments, liaison reports, and meeting announcements. And I'll start with Council President Ockervall.
Thank you. Let's see, last week was a busy week, but on Monday I attended the Willamette Intake Facilities meeting where we passed our annual work plan and budget. Followed that with the LOC spring conference that the mayor already referred to. And she mentioned that there were several sessions on housing at the conference, which we attended, and was a good opportunity to hear about some information from different state agencies, but also our fellow cities across the state. I also attended a session about equitable and inclusive cities that I think she mentioned that I could report on a little. And one of the points from that session that really stuck with me was one of the panelists describing how necessary vulnerability is when we do that equity work. And if we want to do the equity work well, that we need to allow ourselves to be vulnerable in a number of different spaces and in our own awareness of our growth and what we know and what we don't know. And I really appreciated those comments because sometimes it's difficult, especially when you're under the spotlight, to be vulnerable in spaces. But I think it's part of the learning opportunities that is there. And of course, we can know what our own lived experience is, and we can make efforts to broaden that view, but there will always be something more to learn. There will always be opportunity to expand there. And I hope that we can have grace with each other as we do that. Let's see. I also attended the Education Town Hall at Oregon Tech last weekend, or I guess a week ago weekend, that was with our state reps and Senator Representative. Councilor Linville was there as well and may have some comments about that. That was a great opportunity to hear from our state legislature, but also our education leader in Wilsonville. And last week, let's see, several members from council, so there may be others that can provide more detail, but we were able to tour the Rain Garden apartments here in Villebois, and that was a good opportunity to learn more about the work that's being done there, the opportunities for our community members that are provided by Rain Garden, and the facility itself. And also wanted to briefly mention that Workday is coming up on Saturday. People can register on the city website, and that's always been a fun opportunity to kind of get to know some people and pitch in. Maybe you're going to spread some bark dust. I think they mentioned perhaps painting projects, or there's always plantings, or some native plants. I think we did that last year in Memorial Park, so that's a fun event. And that is it for me this week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Linville.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not going to say a lot more. I did attend the Education Town Hall at Oregon Tech that Council President Ackerval mentioned. That was on the 22nd. And although I came a little late to the City Volunteer Celebration event, I think Councillor Dunwell will probably have some better comments. She was here bright and early when the event started and really had an opportunity to be there when the majority of our city volunteers were here to be recognized. I did attend the Greater Portland, Inc. Small Cities Consortium meeting on the 27th. It actually was poorly attended, but Councillor Rosenthal gave my report because the entire meeting was a Metro presentation on the urban growth boundaries, and it was discussion about the swap between Damascus and Tigard for the apartments, that the Tigard River Terrace apartments that is a shovel-ready project that Tigard wants to build. And then I did attend the Rain Garden apartment tour as well. And I think my biggest impression from that visit was that we have a facility, at least that one facility, that houses close to 30 it's at 30 beds of people who either were homeless, were previously incarcerated, or were prevented from being homeless and are now being cared for, or, have homes in that facility. And I think when we start to get an inventory of really how many beds we have, I think that pointed out to me that we probably need to know that. We need to know how many beds we actually have, recognizing that we're never going to have enough beds for all of our homeless people who are experiencing homelessness. But I think it's something that our community needs to know as well. And then I wanted to spend just a little bit of time, as the rest of the council knows, and I've mentioned before, I was appointed by the governor to the opioid, the board. It's called the opioid. No, I'm not going to. It's the Opioid Settlement Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery Board is the full name. It's OSPTR. And my first meeting will be the June meeting to attend. All of their meetings are virtual on Zoom, and so I've had an opportunity to look. Their very first meeting was in November. And the position that I am filling has never been filled. So it has been vacant, and it is a position for a representative from cities that are 10,000 or more, but not the metropolitan Portland area. So I think it's interesting that we have not been represented as cities across the state. Cities under 10,000 are not eligible to receive any of the settlement funds. They would go, for their portion, would go directly to their county. And as you may recall, our council made a decision to get those monies directly rather than for them to go to Clackamas County. And in the enabling legislation, it indicates that if we decided to pool our money with the rest of Clackamas County's money, there is no obligation by the county to have to provide our share of money directly back to our community. So it can be spent any way the county chooses to do it. We have 5 years to spend the money. We have to do annual reporting. And so it is possible, if we decide that we would like to do something significant with the monies, that we can pool the money over 5 years and then have a project. And so I've had a conversation with the city manager about this issue, and I think we're going to try and do a work session to have the council get a little bit more informed, and we can talk about what, if anything, we might be able to do or want to do with some of the dollars that are coming in. Now, mind you, our portion is 0.14% of the total allocation that is coming out, and it's $325 million to Oregon over 18 years, beginning in 2022. So we get roughly around $12,000, $13,000 a year is about what we get. So the board made its very first allocation at the March meeting, and they did two things. They gave $17 million over the next 2 years to establish a statewide tracking system so that they can look at what prevention, treatment, and recovery programs are out there, how many are being served, what's the extent of the use of the dollars, and then $13 million to an organization that's called Saves Lives Oregon Harm Reduction Clearinghouse, and it's to buy supplies. So any eligible jurisdiction, which we are, is eligible to request supplies from the clearinghouse, which could be Narcan, could be wound care supplies, other kinds of safety supplies, things that maybe our law enforcement or some of our community nonprofit agencies might be able to use. So I think there's an opportunity there for us to do some of that, and that is my report.
Thank you. To Council President Ockervall's point, all of these councilors are doing a lot of work. Thank you for going to all of these meetings, councilors, and glad to have you representing us on that important committee. Councilor Berry.
Thank you. So I've been out for 2 weeks with a virus, so I haven't been attending too many meetings, maybe none, maybe one. Anyway, so I want to talk about the Bulky Waste Day that's coming up on Saturday, May 6th. It's going to run from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Republic Services, located at the 10,000 block of Southwest Ritter Road. It's co-sponsored by the city and our solid waste franchise hauler, Republic Services. This is a free event allowing residents to dispose of large, bulky items such as dishwashers, TVs, refrigerators, computers, monitors, stoves, dryers, mattresses, scrap metal, tables and chairs. It does not accept certain debris such as construction debris, propane bottles, paint, batteries, solvents, thinners, household garbage, or tires. Proof of Wilsonville residence is required. In lieu of payment, we request a donation of gift cards from local merchants in small denominations of $5 to $20 to help the Wilsonville Community Sharing Food Bank program. If you need more information, please look at the city website. I also wanted to mention that the city foundation, Library Foundation, is holding their party on the patio spring event on May 18th from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. excuse me, on the children's patio at the library.
All right, thank you, Councilor Berry. Councilor Dunwell.
Excuse me.
Thank you. Very quickly, I always feel like I have to be quick because I'm at the end.
Take your time.
So,
You're,
no, but
you're at
that's
the
okay.
end, but that doesn't mean you...
French Prairie Forum, we met virtually as we do, legislative update, and also discussed an update on the task force for the extension of West to Salem. Also attended the volunteer appreciation event, which happened on the very first nice day of spring, and we still had great attendance, and it was just really great to meet so many of the volunteers. And then, as the mayor mentioned, we had the meeting with Wilsonville Community Sharing, Clackamas County Health and Human Services, their Built for Zero team, and Heart of the City. Also was attended by city manager, city attorney, and others from the city. So very productive. I am so energized by all of the work that's being done behind to support where we're going with the ordinance, to make sure that we're not just stopping at the ordinance, but we're looking at a solution to get us to homelessness, or away from homelessness, and get us to a zero homelessness in Wilsonville. And I want to tie that to the prevention of homelessness also, because then I also attended, along with other counselors and the mayor, the Rain Garden Apartments. And 29 units, permanent housing for adults in need of supplemental supportive mental health. They also have a 24-hour staff there. And what really touched me was that Rain Garden and then the two other facilities, I think it's Canterbury and Villebois.
Charleston.
Yeah, Charleston and then Villebois. I don't remember what they're called, but Villebois.
Renaissance.
Yeah, Renaissance Woods, is it? But they are all together providing services to individuals who otherwise would be homeless, very low income. Some of those individuals were actually Damish residents. And so when Damish closed in 1995, a lot of individuals who had been in the Damish community found themselves homeless. So part of the overall master plan of Villebois was to include some of the behavioral health services. And there are actually individuals there who were Damish patients and Damish residents. And they've been there for a very long time, and they're safe. They are, many of those have low skills when it comes to being able to self-care, but they can live independently within these units, which is very cool. They're all studio apartments, and we are serving the community in a way of preventing homelessness by having those opportunities exist for some of our individuals who are in absolute greatest need. So really pleased to be there. That's it.
Well, thank you. And you know that I brought those residences up to Senator Merkley recently in a meeting that we had, because it was national breaking news when it started. And here it's almost 20 years later, they're integrated in the community, and perhaps we can find other ways to do that in other communities. So thank you, councilors. That brings us to our consent agenda. Will the city attorney please read the agenda?
Resolution number 3032, a resolution to allocate community cultural events and programs grants funds for fiscal year 2022-2023. Resolution number 3056, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville authorizing the city manager to enter into and execute the intergovernmental agreement with Clackamas County for jurisdiction transfer of a portion of Southwest Frog Pond Lane and Southwest Stafford Road.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read?
Your Honor, I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Is there a second?
I second.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as read has been moved by Council President Aukervall, seconded by Councilor Dunwell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. That brings us to new business. And will the city attorney please read ordinance number 877? And are you going to read 878 at the same time?
I'll do 877 first, and just a note, it's continuing business. There is no new business. So this is the second reading of ordinance number 877, an ordinance of the City of Wilsonville adopting transportation system plan amendments to integrate transportation projects from the Frog Pond East and South Master Plan.
Thank you. I call to order the Wilsonville City Council second reading on ordinance number 877 as has been read. Does any member of the council have any questions for staff or the city attorney on ordinance number 877?
No. No.
Hearing no further questions, do I have a motion on ordinance number 877?
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 877 on second reading.
Do I have a second?
Second it.
The motion's been moved and seconded that we enact ordinance number 877. Is there any discussion?
No.
Hearing no further discussion or commentary, I hereby ask the city recorder to make a roll call vote. Those in favor of the adoption of the ordinance will, as their names are called, answer aye. Those opposed will answer no, and those who wish to abstain from the vote will answer abstain. The city recorder will call the roll.
Counselor Berry?
Aye.
Counselor Linville?
Aye.
Council President Aukerville? Aye. Counselor Dunwell?
Aye.
Mayor Fitzgerald?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. That brings us to ordinance number 878.
This is the second reading of ordinance number 878, an ordinance of the City of Wilsonville approving a street name change of Southwest Columbine Avenue to Southwest Ponderosa Avenue in the Frog Pond Ridge subdivision.
Tonight, we will consider on second reading ordinance number 878. Public testimony was accepted during the public hearing, which was closed after the first reading. I ask once again, do any members of the City Council wish to abstain, declare a conflict of interest, or report any ex parte contact or any information gained outside of the hearing?
No.
No. At this time, does staff have any follow-up information to present, or do members of the City Council have questions for staff?
No additional follow-up.
May I have a motion on the ordinance on second reading?
Your Honor, I move to adopt ordinance number 878 on second reading.
Is there a second?
I second it.
The motion's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
No.
I think we had a lot of discussion at the last meeting, so thank you, councilors. Hearing no further discussion, I hereby ask the city recorder to make a roll call vote. Those in favor of the adoption of the ordinance will, as their names are called, answer aye. Those opposed will answer no. Those who wish to abstain from the vote will answer abstain. The city recorder will now call the roll.
Counselor Berry?
Aye.
Counselor Linville?
Aye.
Council President Aukerville?
Aye.
Counselor Dunwell?
Aye.
Mayor Fitzgerald?
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. If you desire to appeal this decision to the Oregon Land Use Board of Appeals, you must file a notice of intent to appeal stating the grounds of the appeal in the form and with the time frame prescribed by law. We now move to a public hearing on ordinance number 878.
879.
879.
879. Thanks. We would now move to a public hearing to consider on first reading ordinance number 879. I'm going to go ahead and read that one. Do you want to read it first?
I'll read the title first. Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, this is the first reading of ordinance number 879, an ordinance of the City of Wilsonville regarding regulation of camping on public property by adding sections 10.700 through 10.780 to the Wilsonville Code, amending Wilsonville Code sections 3.000, 5.200, 5.210, and 10.540, and repealing Wilsonville Code sections 6.400 and 10.425.
Thank you. The order of procedure for tonight's hearing is set out in detail in our city code. In brief, we will start with the staff report. Next, the public will be asked to provide testimony. I will ask everyone who signed up in advance to testify first in the order in which they signed up. Then I will ask if anyone present in council chambers would like to testify, and then I will ask anyone who is on the Zoom meeting who has not testified but would like to testify to do so. After each person testifies, councilors may pose questions to me to be addressed by the person who testified in order to for staff to clarify any information that was conveyed in testimony. Once the city council has heard from everyone and the city council is satisfied it has all the information it needs to render a decision, the public hearing will be closed. Council deliberates and I will announce the result. We wish to hear from everyone who wants to testify. However, we request that you refrain from repeating testimony already given by someone else. If you agree with what someone else before you has said, please provide your testimony indicating that you concur with what has been previously said. Public testimony will be limited to 3 minutes. We will time the testimony and provide you with a visual warning when there is a 1 minute remaining. The public hearing is now open. Ms. Guile Hinman, will you please present the staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. For the record, Amanda Guile Hinman, City Attorney. Just give me a moment here to pull up my presentation. Okay, so tonight we are having our public hearing on ordinance number 879. This is on our prohibited camping code update project. And for council's reference and for the community's reference, this is specifically about the regulations that are contained in the ordinance. And so we have been having discussions about the administrative rules. Those will be addressed at the May 15th council meeting and are not part of this public hearing or this code update project for tonight. So an agenda for staff's presentation, we'll start with a background of, how this project came to be, the underlying federal and state requirements that led to it. Then we'll go over we'll do an overview of the city project and the prior policy discussions and work sessions that the council has had to arrive at the current proposed ordinance number 879. And we'll go briefly over each of the sections that are part of the adoption of the particular ordinance. And then lastly, we'll touch on implementation steps because as Councilor Dunwell noted, there are many other components of the overarching issue of housing and homelessness that are going on. And so we would be remiss to not discuss those things, at least to inform the public of the other work that's occurring. So as a way of background, the issues that are addressed in ordinance number 879 really initially extend from this Martin v. Boise decision out of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Now, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals governs, has jurisdiction over many states in the United States, mainly on the West Coast, so Alaska, Washington, Oregon, California, Idaho, Montana, Arizona, Hawaii, many jurisdictions many states fall under the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. What that case was about was the city of Boise was attempting to regulate camping on public property by citing people who were sleeping or camping on public property. And some individuals experiencing homelessness challenged those citations, saying that it was a violation of their 8th Amendment right against cruel and unusual punishment to essentially be punishing them for being homeless, meaning that they had nowhere to go. And what the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals did is it agreed with them. It said that you are punishing somebody for their status of being homeless when there is nowhere for them to go. There weren't enough shelter beds in the city of Boise or in the county for them to go to. What the Ninth Circuit did say, however, was it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to open up your entire city to allow camping. Instead, what they said was you can have time, place, and manner regulations in place. So essentially when, where, and how you allow camping. But you can't outright ban it if you don't have a place for people to go. So that decision, when that decision was passed down from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, to be frank, the city of Wilsonville was out of compliance at that point in time. We have a ban, an outright ban on camping on public property in our code currently. But the city essentially just wasn't enforcing those code provisions. So then the Blake v. Grants Pass decision was the next decision that further refined that Martin v. Boise decision. It started in Oregon at the Oregon Federal District Court, where what the city of Grants Pass had done in response to Martin v. Boise is looked at its prohibited camping code and basically kept everything the same except removed the word sleeping. So they would allow people to sleep on public property, but anything else, having any sort of materials with you, anything else regarding camping was still a violation of their city code, and they enforced on those other provisions. So a group of persons experiencing homelessness challenged that, saying that that's still a violation of their 8th Amendment right, or to protect against cruel and unusual punishment. And the federal district court agreed again with the persons experiencing homelessness, saying that what Martin v. Boise is trying to get at is that people should have the ability to take rudimentary measures to stay warm and dry when they're sleeping. So if that means, placing a barrier between themselves and the ground to prevent, getting wet or being cold, those are the kind of things that they can do. But it didn't say where that line, like the furthest line is, right? It just said rudimentary measures. That decision was appealed to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, again, the same circuit court that issued the Martin v. Boise decision. And in essence, essentially, the Ninth Circuit upheld that finding by, that holding by the federal district court that people should be able to have the ability to take minimal measures to stay warm and dry while they're sleeping. So in the background of all of the federal case law going on, the state of Oregon in 2021 adopted two House bills that are particularly in regard to camping on public property. The first that I'll mention is House Bill 3124, and what that did, the largest component of that is when a campsite is going to be cleaned up, there's a noticing requirement before that's done. That bill increased the noticing requirement from 24 hours to 72 hours. So now we're required to give it a minimum of 72 hours, except in very specific circumstances, before a campsite is cleaned up. House Bill 3115 essentially codified the Martin v. Boise decision. So even if something happens with the federal case law at some point in time, we are still required to comply with House Bill 3115 because that is now state law. Well, it goes into effect July 1, but essentially, it's going to be state law. The particular things about House Bill 3115 that are slightly distinct from the Martin v. Boise decision. One is it talks about these time, place, that we can put in time, place, and manner regulations, that local jurisdictions can do that, but they have to be objectively reasonable. Of course, there's no explanation of what objectively reasonable means, so actually it can be considered entirely subjective, but that gets to the findings that are part of the ordinance that we're adopting, that what the staff's recommended process was to essentially justify every single regulation that we are putting in place, so that way we can say that we have a reasonable basis for why we're putting in that regulation. The second component that is unique with House Bill 3115 is it gives individuals a private right of action, so essentially they can sue any local government that is not compliant with House Bill 3115 by July 1, 2023. So there's this impetus now, even though Wilsonville wasn't necessarily issuing citations under our prohibited camping code, there's this impetus now to do an update to make sure that we're compliant with the state law, which is what led to the city project that you're now considering as part of this public hearing. So when the city when city staff recognized that we needed to do some work with our code, the first thing we did was formed an interdepartmental team of representatives from different departments that really have a stake in the code and how it's going to interplay with what staff are doing on a day-to-day basis. So that included individuals from our library, Parks and Recreation, Public Works, our administration, our law enforcement, and our code compliance. And so we were meeting regularly to talk about, what are the issues and considerations that we want to make sure council is weighing in on as we form this code. And so that led to us talking about some preliminary things that are what we absolutely can do and what we absolutely cannot do as sort of the outer boundaries that then get refined by council as part of this policy. So to be clear, the first thing we absolutely cannot do is we cannot outright ban camping anymore. We don't have enough shelter beds either in the city or in Clackamas County or Washington County for those residents who are experiencing homelessness in Wilsonville. So we can't outright ban camping. The second thing is that what we can do, it's kind of a can and a can't, is that we're only talking about regulating city-owned property and rights of way. So this has no impact on private property and what goes on private property. This is only about our city-owned property. What we can do, like I indicated, is that we can put in place time, place, and manner regulations. So again, when, where, and how people can camp on public property. And finally, what we can and need to do is have objectively reasonable regulations. And when I say regulations, I'm talking about those time, place, and manner regulations. And essentially what the state's trying to get at is to make sure that you don't put in time, place, and manner regulations that essentially make it so nobody can camp anywhere and is for all intents and purposes, an outright ban without being an outright ban. So then the next step was to start doing some outreach. And, we were on a pretty constrained time frame given that the July 1 deadline. But so city staff really tried to kind of get the most bang for our buck in terms of outreach. So we did a Let's Talk Wilsonville questionnaire where we really we specifically did forced ranking responses because it's easy to say you don't want things anywhere, but that's not what we can do. So we needed to be able to see where people's priorities were, and that's why we did these questionnaires with forced rank responses. We had 437 responses, which is the most that we've ever had on a Let's Talk Wilsonville questionnaire. We also developed a project website on Let's Talk Wilsonville, and on that project website, we have not only all of the staff reports that we've put together as part of our work sessions, it has the work session videos, and has Clackamas County's presentation they did in February to the City Council regarding the housing opportunities and projects that they're working on. It also has a really good FAQ section that sort of explains this overarching city project. So it's a really good resource to understand sort of how we got to where we are today and has all that information. We also partnered with Wilsonville Community Sharing to do an anonymous survey of individuals who are experiencing homelessness, and they provided that feedback to us. Again, anonymously, they didn't provide the information of those individuals who were responding. And it was really important, and I'm very thankful for Lee at Wilsonville Community Sharing stepping up and doing that, because she and their team have that trust with those residents and got some really good feedback from them about what they'd like to see and what things they're most concerned about with a camping code update. We also reached out to government entities, community organizations, religious organizations, and homeowners associations to do stakeholder interviews throughout this process. So we did several interviews with different stakeholders. I also attended 2 DEI committee meetings, a library board meeting, and a Parks and Recreation Advisory Board meeting to present and get some feedback on the code updates as we were working through the process. We've done Boone's Ferry Messenger articles, multiple Boone's Ferry Messenger articles, and the Wilsonville spokesman has also written about this project, and I did an interview with the Wilsonville spokesman on this project as well. And then finally, as the council highlighted in their councilor comments, we have ongoing coordination going on, particularly with Clackamas County and our nonprofit service providers, Wilsonville Community Sharing and Heart of the City, about the opportunities that we have to work on housing and homelessness issues beyond the code. I think it's fair to say that the code this prohibited camping code is in response to a state mandate and is a very small portion of the overarching issue and solution that needs to be continually worked on. So that is something that we've prioritized, and I know council has a council goal of continuing to work on housing and homelessness issues beyond the prohibited camping code project. So next I'd like to go over the city project on the prior policy discussions that led to the ordinance that's before the council today. So including this earlier work session that we had on the administrative rules, we've had 7 work sessions with council discussing different policy questions. And I really wanted to focus on the time, place, and manner regulations, since that's what you all are considering tonight. So the first thing or one of the components that council looked at was where should people camp versus where should people not camp. And I think this is one of the things that's really critical and somewhat is distinct from maybe what we see some other communities doing is, yes, our code talks about where people cannot camp, but council's feedback was council wanted to that at least as I interpreted it, was that council wanted to understand where people can go. And that's one, because we need to be able to tell people where to go, and also then from an education, outreach, and enforcement perspective, it's going to be easier for all of those things if we know where people can go and where they are. And that way we can get services to meet them where they are. So, so that's been a pretty clear direction that's going to be part of the administrative rules that will be considered at the May 15th council meeting, but is reflected generally in the code as well. The when, council really looked at 3 options, a 24-hour time period for camping, a 12-hour time period for camping, and then a specific time frame. And council settled on the specific time frame. What's in the code right now is a 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. And that was for a few reasons. When looking at the 24-hour or the 12-hour time period, what's really difficult in that is the education and enforcement, because it's hard to know unless you're out there all the time to know when somebody has started camping and then triggering that 24 or 12-hour time period versus a specific time period. And it will also make it, given how council has directed staff with where people are going to be allowed to camp, that will be better for staff from doing, getting people there to talk to individuals who are experiencing homelessness, like getting them connected with other services, also doing some, whatever ongoing maintenance or operational implementation issues. Those things are easier to do when we have an idea of the time frame that people can or cannot camp. And then finally, the manner in which people can camp. Most of the regulations are pretty self-explanatory, but some of the things in particular that I wanted to focus on where there was revisions throughout was the discussion about open flames, where council determined not to allow open flames. As we heard from Wilsonville Community Sharing, they particularly offer food that doesn't require to be heated for individuals who are experiencing homelessness. And so from a risk perspective and also knowing that that opportunity is there, the council made the decision to prohibit open flames. We talked a lot about sanitation, and the sanitary conditions are very important for the council and the community and individuals who are experiencing homelessness, so that's addressed as well. Storage of materials was also looked at. Animals or pets that people have was also included. And then smoking, alcohol, and drugs were also added. And I want to highlight that one of the particular things is that since we are looking at specific designated public property, these things are already prohibited. Otherwise, any individual who's coming on city property would not be allowed to consume alcohol, right? So it's not like we're creating a distinction between people. And also, what we heard actually from the individuals experiencing homelessness who did the survey is that they do want a safe, sober space. And so it is reflective of what we heard from that outreach. And then finally was the sizing of sites. So for vehicle camping, we're allowing people to stay confined to a parking space, and then for non-vehicle camping, we reference back to the administrative rules, again, to provide some flexibility as needed. Okay, so getting into the heart of the ordinance. So Wilsonville Code 10.700 through 10.780 is the real meat of the work, and that is the consolidation of the regulations regarding camping on public property. But one of the things that I will highlight, and as we've been discussing in these work sessions, is one of the main points of those is that we have determined, the council has directed to have administrative rules accompany this ordinance, so we have some flexibility and can be nimble as this gets implemented to be able to respond to the need that is actually in our community. And I'll take a pause to highlight, and I will send this to council, is that just today, some preliminary numbers from the point-in-time count for Clackamas County was released, and what they are seeing, now again, point-in-time counts should always be be assumed to be an undercount of individuals experiencing homelessness, but what they've seen is an overall decrease of individuals experiencing homelessness. So in 2022, they had 597 persons identified in their point in time count, and in 2023, it was 410. Particularly for unsheltered individuals, it was 327 in 2022 and 178 in 2023, which is a 45.3% decrease of individuals experiencing homelessness who are unsheltered. So again, one of the things that's really important about having the ability in the administrative rules to be nimble and flexible is as we see fluctuations, we can adjust, because there will be fluctuations as this work continues. So that way we don't have to do a code amendment every time. Further on, then, we revised Wilsonville Code 3.000. Those are our parks regulations. We do ban camping, having an established campsite in our parks at all times. We do clarify, though, that there are opportunities to rest, just as any other individual would be able to rest during open park hours from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. But we excluded certain areas, so, not on a sports field or a sport court or a playground or on a trail. But otherwise, generally, we try not to regulate how people recreate. So striking that balance. And then we did some other cleanup, because there was some, as we were working through this, we realized, the question about open flames, for example, the code in the parks regulations did not reflect what is currently how open flames are handled now. So we figured we needed to update that, considering we had an open flame regulation in our prohibited camping code. So we did some minor tweaks like that. 5.200 and 5.210 are particularly about parking, and what we really want to do is stress that parking is going to be parking your car in the street is treated differently than if somebody is living in a vehicle. And so we wanted to pull out that situation from our parking standards, so we didn't have a conflict or confusion about which one that we're enforcing under. So we made that change. So those are pretty minor, but that's the impact of that change. And then 10.540 is a civil exclusion policy that the city has, and it talks about a civil exclusion with regard if somebody is camping. But since we now allow camping, and as council knows, we will be bringing back a more nuanced civil exclusion policy in June, it made sense to pull that out of our civil exclusion policy in our code. Next, we're proposing to repeal 6.400 and 10.425. So those are 6.400 was the noticing requirement standards. They were just completely outdated with House Bill 3124, and it made sense to put noticing requirements in the same place where our regulations are on camping. So repealing that, and then 10.425 was our outright ban on camping. So that is being repealed. Initially, I tried to work in the regulations in 10.425, but as you can see, they're pretty comprehensive, and one section just wasn't enough to do that. So just do a straight repeal of that and add the new section. Then, as I mentioned, one of the attachments to the ordinances are the findings, and this is at my recommendation that we have findings to justify each of the regulations that we're putting in place in our ordinance, since we need to have objectively reasonable standards. So it explains why the particular regulations that the council is considering adopting, why those were the things that were decided on. And then finally are the value statements. So these came out of council direction to explain that, again, as we've kind of echoed throughout the meeting today, is that these camping code regulations, they're not the end result. They are a component of a much larger discussion that is going to continue going on for council, and so these value statements are reflective of, based on the council feedback, are reflective of what, the council's vision for housing and homelessness issues overall. So I did want to also make a note. The council has a memorandum from me dated today of two two proposed revisions from what's in the council packet. One is on finding 4.6 and another is on finding 4.8. So the finding 4.6 clarification is that the requirement for leashing animals is for your pets or domesticated animals is the intent. And then the finding 4.8 is changing the language about vehicles are at times used for camping and not often used for camping, because the clarification is well, we don't actually know, we don't fully understand that, or we don't fully know that. We have anecdotal data that it's more common than non-vehicle camping, but there's a whole host of other shelter ways that people shelter that maybe would be part of a point in time count, but aren't part of vehicle or non-vehicle camping, as we're discussing on public property. So making that clarification as well. So I sent the mayor some proposed language for a motion tonight. That a motion would be to, if the council so chooses, would be to adopt the ordinance inclusive of the proposed amendments in the May 1 memo on first reading. So just as a note. And then finally, I want to touch on implementation steps. So as we've discussed, we are going to be considering, council's going to be considering administrative rules on May 15th. That will, those rules are specifically designed at, well, the biggest component of those is the designated camping areas and the spacing and the like for the designated camping areas. And just for the community's edification, is that where the council has directed staff for those administrative rules is that vehicle camping will be on the western, a portion of the western part of the City Hall parking lot, and that non-vehicle camping will be on a small portion of the property that's just to the north adjacent to City Hall. And it will accommodate about eight non-vehicle campsites if implemented. Also, as I mentioned in the work session today, that staff are already working on fencing and screening materials to be ordered, to be contracted for and ordered. So that work is already underway to make sure that we are ready July 1 for when camping is going to be, potentially going to be occurring on the properties. And then also as a highlight is, you know, it takes a village to do all this work. It's not just one person, and we have already started the formation of an interdepartmental team on the implementation measures for camping to make sure that to the extent we can anticipate issues, that we're addressing them, that people, that, you know, staff or contracted vendors feel like they have a good grasp of what's the expectation and what's going to be occurring starting July 1. And we're having an initial sort of listening session and meeting with certain internal stakeholders next Tuesday to sort of kick off that process. And then finally, as we've discussed, there's an exclusion policy that we'll be looking at, a more nuanced exclusion policy that we'll be looking at in June of 2023. Right now, as I mentioned in a prior work session, right now, what our code and also what the sheriff's office exclusion policies do is they start at a minimum 30-day, essentially a 30-day exclusion, and there is definitely the ability to have more nuance in, you know, a rest of the day and then, you know, a few days or a week, so on and so forth, exclusions as need be. And that then we also get some coordination amongst different city departments about when people are being excluded, so that there's an understanding of, you know, if somebody's been excluded from the library and they're going over to the community center and, you know, having an issue that can be addressed. So that's more to come on that. And then next steps, assuming a council adoption on first reading tonight, at the May 15th, 2023 council meeting would be the second reading of the ordinance and also consideration of the resolution approving the administrative rules. And then in June 2023, considering an exclusion policy, and then July 1, 2023 would be when the new regulations would go into effect, assuming adoption. So that's my presentation. I also do have Chief Werps here to talk a little bit about, you know, how the police department interacts with persons experiencing homelessness, what that's like. And I do also want to say that I also have Matt Baker, our facilities supervisor, and Dustin Schul, our parks supervisor, on Zoom. So if there's particular questions, even though they might be more tied to the administrative rules, they are here to answer questions as well, either from the council or from the community members who may wish to testify. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have a question first. This is an easy one. Is Chief Werps going to come do a little presentation? Okay.
Yeah, he's here to talk a little bit, yeah.
Okay, good, thank you. And so before Chief Werps begins, do any counselors have any questions for Ms. Guile Hinman? I think you've been very clear. Thank you for your really thorough work.
Thank you.
So, and thank you, Chief Werps, for joining us tonight.
Of course, good to see you all. I don't have a formal presentation. I was asked to present my philosophy on responding to people that are suffering from houselessness or homelessness. I had to think about that, like, what is my philosophy? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a really broad philosophy of working with my folks here, and then give you some examples of what we're doing, and I think from that you'll kind of understand where I'm coming from on this. So my primary philosophy is when I onboard an officer here about what are our priorities, what are my priorities, and the first one is customer service, public service, right? This is where we start, a very high priority that we're doing good work, that we're there for the customer. And then the second thing is competence, right? Be good at what you do. Be very competent. If you don't know, ask, learn. We'll support you with training, all those things. That's the second important piece to me and us. And then the third is more kind of team building and wellness, which is, take care of each other along the way as we're going through this. So some of the things, those are my very broad things, and that all kind of trickles down to what we're talking about today too, I believe. One of the things we recently did, and by we, I say Brenda and I, our behavioral health counselor here, we went and did a tour of Bybee Lakes facility, which is the old Wapato jail, and they've converted that into a very large facility for helping people that are suffering from houselessness. After the tour, we did some training, and so now we're actually, the city of Wilsonville has become a referral agency to that if we find a candidate who's willing to go there and fits the criteria to go there. So we're pretty excited about that opportunity. Also, when we respond to folks that are suffering from houselessness, we're sensitive that we're not criminalizing it. We understand that sometimes the uniform response, just by the nature of our appearance, can have that effect, and so we're very sensitive to that. So there are times when we get a call about someone that looks homeless or might be, but we know who they are, and we may choose not to respond because we know they're not doing anything illegal. We've already reached out to them. They're okay. So that sometimes that's how we might approach it. We also work with Heart of the City. We understand that that's a resource. Our officers have little cards that they can hand out that can guide people to that as a resource to reach out for all kinds of services that they offer: counseling, food, sleeping bags, clothing, all kinds of things. It's a great organization. As an example, one of our officers, Officer Glenn Howard, he checks in with one of our local folks. I'll just call him Daniel, just to throw a name out there. He checks with them regularly. He knows about local job opportunities that would be fitting for his skill set, and checks with them on a regular basis to say, hey, have you applied over here? Some openings. And so there's that ongoing dialogue. And I really encourage and support that kind of approach. We also have gift cards available from our chaplaincy. They're $25, $30 gift cards, but at least we've run into somebody who's really in a pinch for a good meal, because we all know what a positive effect that can have. We do have those options. And then if we're called to a criminal event that involves a houseless person, well, they get treated the same as I would or anybody else would if we damage property, if we assault someone else, because now we've entered into the crime realm. We'll do an investigation on that, and they'll be treated fairly as we would anyone else. And ultimately, we look at this with compassion and professionalism. That's super important, right? We know people are in hard times, and we'll be mindful of that. And then we're also a limited resource, so our time is mostly spent on crisis response, 911 emergency response, criminal investigations, but sometimes, we find ourselves interacting with those in the houseless state right now. So those are kind of my philosophies and some bullet point examples of what we're up to, and I think that kind of paints a picture of where I'm at and where we are in response to that. So happy to answer questions.
Thank you. I see Councilor Linville here.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for coming. So I know that you have been part of the planning team and working through these code revisions. What's the impact going to be on the police department once this is implemented July 1? from your perspective?
Well, I don't know. I'd only be guessing, and my guess would be either accurate or inaccurate, and that would just be by luck. I don't really have, I have no way to know. I mean, we may see right now, we don't have a huge population now, and typically when Mr. Cosgrove and I talk about this, we have this general, I don't have a point in time count, but 8 to 10 that we know of kind of on a regular basis, and then some pass through but aren't staying around here. And given that, some of them, we don't even know where they're staying currently, which means that they're being clean and quiet and not causing problems wherever they may be. So I don't have an answer to that question. We don't know what the demand will be once we'll make these changes.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Dunwell.
I just have a clarification question for you. I know that the ordinance covers public, but as your officers or the deputies see a vehicle that's on private property, say for instance one of the shopping center parking lots, do you intervene at any time, or do you just let that be unless they're reported by others?
This is really, this is the responsibility of the property owner.
Okay.
If the owner wishes to allow that, then that's good, that's fine.
Yep.
And then if they want us to get involved because there's an issue or they want them to leave, then we're happy to do that too.
Okay, but you don't necessarily involve either your behavioral health specialist or any of your officers unless you're asked to?
On private property, that's
Absolutely.
correct.
Okay, and that does include things like shopping centers. Just for clarification for all of us, that does include things like grocery store parking lot or something like that. So unless you're contacted by the property owner or somebody's reported something illegal, there's no reason to move that individual into our camping area.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Well, and just to further clarify, as I understand it, that you really can't do that unless the property owner gives you the permission. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's a wide variety of things of how we get there and who calls us, because maybe the victim of a crime has called us. That's not the property owner, but that could prompt us to get involved.
It's a different thing.
So there's various scenarios, because this isn't ironclad that only the property owner will dictate our intervention.
Right, and that's the reason I want to bring this up specifically, because I know our citizens are wondering, what action should be in place for them. So to have clarity that if it is on private property and there is no one saying that they're not supposed to be there, they can be there.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Council President Aukerball.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in and talking with us tonight. And thank you for sharing a little about your philosophy or your approach. One question that I have is if the ordinance is passed in our evening tonight, you mentioned our value statement that's included in the information that we've prepared. Is that something that you would see sharing with all of your officers, or how do we also kind of, have this dialogue back and forth where you've been able to share some of your philosophy? How can we share the perspective of council with people that may be interacting, with our community members in this particular type of situation?
Yeah, let me get to that in a roundabout way, as I like to answer questions that way. First, I want to give a lot of props to Amanda. She's really dove into this and done a lot of work. We all know that. I think that was a genius move to put those value statements in there so that I can take those and communicate those to the team. Because along with the value statement of how we want to frame our approach to all of this is also the technical aspects of how we'll have to do approach and clean up and time limits and exclusions if there's a problem. Those are all technical things that we'll have to, there's going to be a learning curve to this as we move into that. So I think, but to answer your question directly, I think the value statements will be a great way to start that conversation and frame out the work we're doing.
Excellent. And if I can also add, Chief Warps is definitely going to be part of the implementation team discussion, but more larger than that for all of our team is that these things that council is considering are the guideposts for what our implementation is. So what our standard operating procedures are, all the things that he just mentioned about the cleanup and the noticing and the outreach and all of those things, what the council is considering are to inform us of where, are the guidelines, right, are the direction for us. And so even though council won't necessarily be reviewing those implementation measures, they inform what those implementation measures will be, and a component of that is enforcement. And it won't just necessarily be the police department. I mean, we do have code compliance, so it'll also inform how code compliance interacts with individuals experiencing homelessness.
Thank you.
I just do have a follow-up comment, and I'm glad you mentioned the great work of Amanda, because, and Brian and the rest of the folks on the city employees and city leaders. We could not have gotten to where we're at tonight without all of you working together, and the partnership with you, Chief, and everything. We are all paying attention as a city, and I want to make sure that all of our citizens know that this came through a lot of very careful consideration and partnership with our public safety officers and with our city manager and all of our departments to make sure that this was done well. Done well. Very good. Thank you.
Nice. A little branding there. Okay. Anything else?
No. Well, I appreciate your work, and I appreciate you coming. I like that you started out with your value, that it's about customer service, and that's the approach of the police department. Do you foresee, how do you foresee this ordinance working for the city?
I really don't know. Like I said, I can't predict the future. I wish I could, because then I'd make a lot of money. But
awesome.
We don't know. I mean, we could put all these things in order, and we don't really see a change of what we're experiencing today, right now. However, maybe it's a bigger deal. I have no way of knowing. I really don't.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, everyone, and I think that's true. I mean, I totally agree with that. We don't know what the demand will be. We also don't know what, I imagine and hope that we will continue to be working with our community and all the partners to prevent homelessness through various means. And we probably can't count the benefits, one by one, how many preventions we can help take part in, but that is a value too. And I just want to thank everybody on the staff for your work. And so with that, we have some, I think we're ready for public testimony. All right, thank you, Chief Werps. And so for public testimony, we will start with the people who signed up in advance to testify. Please remember to include your name and address for the record, I do have all the addresses on record if you don't want to read it. And staff, if people have signed up, well, I do have some people signed up in advance, and I will start with the first one that I received, which is Steve Benson. He's been waiting patiently here. You can choose your location. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Fitzgerald and Council, for allowing me to speak tonight. I first want to say thank you for putting the effort into this. And Amanda, you're doing a great job of putting all the legalese together. And so, we wouldn't be down this road except for the Ninth Circuit Court, but we're there. I have several comments. Councilor Linville, at the work session today, you brought up about the need to how to inform the public about how they can help out when they see an issue with a homeless person. And you've already brainstormed several things like that. We're dealing in our neighborhood right now someone who's homeless, but they're on private property. So you also had brought up the issue of maybe continuing some policy issues regarding people homeless on private property. So, Councilor Ackerville, you brought up the issue regarding the thing I pointed out on skate park being overlaid on where the camping zone is going to be. And you had brought up something that was very informative, and that's that administrative rules are used so that these things can be adjusted and fairly quickly. So that's really not an issue anymore. I read today your 400-plus page packet to try to glean some information out of it. And the issues I have are, I need some clarification on the 72-hour rule. Is that 72-hour rule in a no camping zone like a city park, or is that related to 72 hours where you want to remove someone from the new camping zone? Or do you enforce, do you need 72 hours if you're moving them from a park to another camping zone? So I don't know how all that fits together. And then that relates to the 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. time. Now, I understand a need to put a set time in there, but 9 p.m. in the winter is 5 hours after dark. And at 7 a.m., if they have to be out of there, how does a caseworker find that person who could give them help if they were already kicked out at 7 a.m.? So I have some issues. Where does that person go at 7 a.m.? Are they going to Safeway? Are they going to hang out there? Are they going to go back to Memorial Park? But anyway, I have some issues about, you mentioned time, place, and manner. I have some issues with the time that you might want to think about. That's all I have.
Thank you, Steve. I did research, ask our city attorney about the time, and we realized that it's, we do have lighting there, and so people can, find their way there. It's really difficult to manage if you just say sunset. Mm-hmm. So we want to be clear and manageable. And I think as far as how does the caseworker find them, well, we'll just do our best. They're going to be maybe getting there early. So that is a big important part of this, is connecting with them, with the caseworkers. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what Chief Werp said. We'll just have to see how this works. But I think those are good points, and with our administrative rules, we'll see how it works. But Amanda, could you cover the 72 hours? I wouldn't begin to try that.
Sure. Yeah. So the 72-hour notice requirement is mandated by state law. So if a person is in a place where camping is not allowed at all, so they're on a city street and it's not allowed at all, we can immediately cite and notice them, but the notice has to exist for 72 hours. The difference then in a designated campsite, if somebody is there in the allotted time, they can't be noticed, but if they're there then after the allotted time, they can be noticed. There are certain exceptions, so if there's a significant health safety issue, then you don't have to if there's an emergency, you don't have to do the 72-hour notice. But if they're in an area that's not designated, we still have to give the 72-hour notice. Now, part of the requirement of the state law, and something that the council's actually gone even further than the state law, is the state law says that when you do a 72-hour notice, the city may make contact with service providers to get service providers out there. The council has made a change to the ordinance to say that we will. So even though that 72 hours is going on, the idea is that we would get service providers out there to make that connection, that outreach, and also educate people about where they can go and what the regulations are. So we talked a little bit about a trifold pamphlet that would say, hey, things to know. This is where you can camp. This is how you can camp. And where you are right now isn't a place you can camp. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you, Steve. And I'll send you an email also about this Built for Zero program that the Clackamas County uses, which is really a database and a way of triaging and identifying the needs of each person. And interesting to read about. And so now we have Garrett Pryor, who's been also waiting very patiently.
Good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald, members of council. Just have Garrett Pryor, 29078 Charlotte Lane, he, him pronouns, and here to just read a few words off. Here today in strong support of the ordinance. I think this is a very good compromise on our regulations on public camping. I wrote this earlier today, so I'm not just tagging along. But I want to thank the excellent work of our world-class city attorney here to my right. She's reached out to me multiple times. She knows somebody who's been working on this issue for the last few years and connecting resources. And I really love that her intention with that was not to come to me, but really to connect to the people most in need. And so she did come to our Wilsonville Alliance for Inclusive Community Equity Housing team, and it's excellent, Councilor Dunwell, to see that you were there with Heart in the City and others in that meeting. And I too come away energized with that at like the capacity we're building in the city. We can all recognize this code is a Band-Aid on our growing problem. I fully support the city's continued path toward implementing the Equitable Housing Strategic Plan and becoming a model for all cities in Clackamas to replicate. Instead of playing whack-a-mole with just one city having services and not, we all should be offering these at the same time and in coordination. Housing insecurity is our biggest civil rights issue. In the housing service providers I talk to, we have so many residents that are just barely hanging on to pay their rent or mortgages. Take a drive on any evening, or I go for a jog around in the evening around this time. There's just more and more people and cars on the street. I think that's where our major homeless population are, people sleeping in their vehicles. There are a growing number of students experiencing homelessness in our schools. People are in this place not because they're severely mentally ill or drug addicted. We should have services for those people as well, but because they are fighting to work and survive. These are the people who teach and drive our kids to school, serve us food, meet our medical needs, or help us check out a library book. There are essential workers, and we should make it essential that they can live here as well. We are a community of well-intentioned and well-resourced people, and our answer to the question of where would I sleep tonight if I had to leave my home should be better than you'll have to go to Oregon City or sleep in your car. This is a moral blight on our community. I look forward to working with you and our community to address housing equity by looking at gaps in this issue, emergency housing and the necessary services, multi-generational housing for immigrants and refugees especially, our needs for single-parent homes and single mother-led homes and those necessary resources, and our daycare kind of desert that's happening now, and home ownership, especially to address racial and ethnic inequalities. So please pass this ordinance tonight as a step towards a more comprehensive plan, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Garrett. And I will note, I thank you so much, both of you, for staying so long. We do have to vote if we're going to continue past 10, but I think we have a good chance of making it. So I will add that I really appreciate also receiving letters of support from a local builder in Wilsonville, Garrett Rupp, and his letter has been shared, I believe, with the whole council, brings up some very interesting points and urges us to support this. We have a letter from Lynn Wechtel, who's the director of Heart of the City, who also urges support. We have a letter from Kate Greenfield urging support and continued work on helping people experiencing homelessness. And also from Danielle Vincent, who urges us to pass Ordinance 879. So those will be in the record. I just wanted to note that. Do we have anyone else waiting to give public testimony? Okay. Does any counselor need anything clarified regarding the testimony that we heard? We don't have anyone on Zoom. Does staff have anything further to add?
No.
We gave you plenty of time. Hearing no further questions and everyone having testified, I hereby declare this public hearing closed at 9:55 p.m. on May 1st. Does the city, I will now ask for a motion, and I would like to ask Council President Ockervall.
I move to adopt ordinance number 879 with the amendments in the city attorney's May 1st, 2023 memo on first reading. Those amendments were referred to in staff presentation.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
The motion has been made by Council President Aukervall and seconded by Councilor Linville. All of those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 The motion passes 5-0. I'm looking at my directions to make sure I covered all of the steps. Okay. Thank you. I did? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to just a couple of other items on our agenda. And I think that is city manager's business.
Good night, sleep well.
Okay. Legal business.
Ditto.
The meeting is adjourned.
Nice.
9:57.
Goodbye.
Bye.